Be nice to get it back. There's some perks that would be handy to have. All right, let's dive back in. So, I just have to select the right world. Riverdance. So, this is the fortress that we've been building, right? And I need to name a dwarf for MMO, which was MMO Junkie 89. That's a dwarf. I'm like way too proud of the name Riverdances. All hail Orb. In this town, we worship the blob. I mean, what? But chat room, thank you very much for that very kind hype train and all those prime subs and crawling us ever closer to yet another emote. One long hallway for it. I like how the subreddit has been independently discovering that you can build bridges in Dwarf Fortress and they work, which is awesome. So I'm just gonna real quick name MMO here. I think we'll give them this legendary weaponsmith. Is MMO Junkie. MMO Junkie is 147 years old, disdains cooperation, values sacrifice, and is tough and values perseverance and recovers quickly, but is cheerful. He's a legendary weaponsmith and a skilled stone carver. If I jump over to his personality, he can be very happy and optimistic and cracks easily under pressure. A turnaround after seeing Unub post-Raptor's dead body. I wouldn't want to see pre-Raptor. Definitely post-Raptors. It's definitely a positive thing. And he's very quick to anger after drinking without a well in 252. I'm very sorry for making you do that, you poor dwarf. And he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. And he is troubled by this since he values romance, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork in his creation, and he is quite ambitious and does not often feel lustful, and he has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. Might be a bug. It might be a bug. Well, that's even funnier. How do you get in the fort? By redeeming a thing when I have it turned on. Otherwise, you don't. And he personally views cooperation as a low ideal and is not worthy of any respect, and believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and respects perseverance. Values romance, and he dreams of raising a family. Yeah, you can dive into the world lore in every version. You just have to retire one of your saves. So if you do a hard save and retire that hard save, then you can dive into your world's lore and go read about it. You have to admit that you've been hitting this game hard since it came out on Steam, though. You should carry on with the health warning for being so addictive, and your tutorials have helped a lot. Take care of yourself. The game doesn't go anywhere, but your body does fall apart if you play too many video games. This goes for anything, though, so don't do too much of anything if it's a good thing. He likes gypsum, silver, and golden beryl, coral in the color purple, short swords and floodgates and figurines and crutches and turkeys for their gobble, and the words of the azure lenses and the sound of the play of tresses and the sight of the lances of glitter, and when possible prefers to consume bilberry wine, can't stand cave spiders. But if your body's already falling apart, then you have to slow that process as much as possible. On somebody who's already falling apart, slow that process. Take care of yourself. Throw them into a volcano, Rico. Crush them. Use them as target practice. Put them on a minecart track and say, run. Put them up on the surface and then release them. There's lots of things you could do. Why is there a shield sitting there? That seems like a bad place for there to be a shield. This pile of boulders is getting bigums. All right, so this is our little fortress. For a brief tour. We got temples up here. We got a tavern up here. We got bedrooms in the center. We still need to actually finish expanding and finishing up all these bedrooms because a lot of these bedrooms are still missing furniture. I'm going to pause here. And we can look. We can see that we've got rock blocks here. We've got I keep on misclicking the assemble adamantine ballista arrow, even though like I certainly don't have adamantine, nor am I making ballistas. We are smelting magnetite ore because I've got tons and tons and tons and tons of charcoal, plus this charcoal stockpile here. Although we're gonna need more or charcoal, methinks, because frankly, we always are going to need more charcoal. One of the plans for this fort is we want to make an iron pump stack, and we are going to pump lava from the lava sea up into this fortress. So if we go all the way down, you will see that this is actually one of the deepest fucking aquifers I've ever seen. It goes all the way through this goddamn cavern layer. This is going to be a pain in the dick. Not looking forward to it. Oh my god, bro, please clean your fort. No, you. We're working on it. Come on. So, yeah, we've got this lovely, 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 lovely thing that we get to dig through. I'm looking forward to this. Also this, because we're going to have to build through this. This is going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Will aquifer leak from above? Yep. So, you know, we got a lot of things to do. But, oh my god, bro, please clean your floor. You clean yours. And then tell me how to build my fort. Same with the adamantine ballista arrow. I mean, it's the top thing on the thing, and it's easy to misclick it, right? There's a pop-up saying that you completed the requirements for a guild hall when building it. No, there isn't. I think you could enable that in the announcements.txt files, though. I think you could. Oh, I know. Sanic. Oh, I know. Also, I think I actually have chores entirely disabled in this fort because we just don't need the extra hands, and I'd rather have sane kids. Yeah, we have chores completely disabled because, like, I kept noticing kids were getting depressed, and it's like, well, I would rather have happy kids because their insurance. Or the boring way? I said we're going to pump it up, so if you consider that the boring way, then I guess the boring way. What's made people get so anti pump stacks all of a sudden? Jeez. Y'all are weird. Suddenly pump stacks are boring. Yeah, because if you leave them on in standing orders, they'll be hauling bodies and everything. Well, I mean, then they get to do jobs that are actually enjoyable, that they get happy thoughts from. Oh, we got a caravan. Cool. I'm in for that. Let's trade. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my Fuzza. Prepare to cry. Yes. Very much. All right. Well. And we need cut gems. When it comes to military picking up bolts, it just is bugs, and I can't help. Like, genuinely. If you can't get them to work, they're either forbidding them, or, unfortunately, I don't think I can help you. Where's my puke square? I know how to play this video game. Literally that. Yeah, that's my solution to bolt problems. Wait until they fix it. Because you can't assign specific types of bolts to your dwarves. It's like there's almost no reason to even try. We have petitions. Oh, shit. An actual monster hunter. What are you? Also, we have like a small army of elves in my fort. That's kind of funny.
Which one is you?
Probably just gonna say no, but... The humans did in fact bring the black bears that I ordered, though. Look at this. Okay, which one was that? S-H-A-L-O. 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 S-H-A. There you are. Human crossbowman. I don't feel like making human-sized clothing, so no. No, thank you. You can go away. When is Dwarf Fortress being released? When you go into your options menu and make kobolds playable. Oh my god, so this is funny. So I asked the humans to just bring me a pile of bears, which clearly they did. But because they can't bring wagons until I'm a barony, and because bears are so fucking heavy, that's all that they brought. They brought nothing else. Just bears. It's not an option, but it's not hard to mod your game to make other factions playable. It's actually, I'm surprised that there isn't like just a ton of those on the workshop already. If there's a tutorial and then you're sorry for asking, but don't be sorry for asking. What's a good way of creating a metallurgy selection? The only way I can melt ore into bars is by charcoal, and that uses up wood around you. You tried to find magma, but you don't know how to find it. Dig down, 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 down. That's what we're going to be doing today, is getting magma up to the surface. The down to down. Or settle on a volcano. This game's amazing. It's a video game, that's for sure. Playborn. They probably barely made it there, too. Ouch. Hope they had a good honey supply. You got attacked by your first big monster were lizard and you survived? That's not big. Can you do something with the body? Burn it. Anyway, they have a bunch of gems, and I have a bunch of bears. Buying all the bears? Damn right. They also brought a rat, which I also ordered. All right, so now I need somewhere to put these bears. It's a funny sentence. I need somewhere to store my bears! Which are gonna go over here, I think. Are teeth used to craft anything? Only if they come from unintelligent critters. Evil monsters can make teeth crowns and stuff out of like humans and whatnot, but dwarves, only animal products can be crafted into things. What are the bears for? What would you use bears for? Will this lead to some fun? Only if he's startled and there's bodies around, so you need fun in order for it to lead to more fun. Human crossbowman is fighting with a raccoon. So chat, there was a lot of ideas of things that you could do with bears in the chat just now. I will say that one of them was right. One of them was in fact right. Bear hugs? Yes, that's definitely the right one. So, yeah, definitely right. Guard bears? Probably right. War bears? Potentially. Was it soap? Absolutely. Oh, definitely Care Bears. They will be cuddly friends for the kids. Kids will love them. They will love them. Also, I gotta say thank you so much to everybody who's tuning in on a Saturday. You know, it's you know, previously one of the reasons I stopped streaming on the weekends was because I had a hard time getting more than 50 people to show up. Like, not that long ago, like this past summer. So, cheers, everyone. Please make Attack Bear Squad if that's possible. I was thinking a grizzly. I was thinking war grizzlies and the black bears would do other things. Hey, Core. What's up? Sir Barrington. Ooh. It's also like a nickname for a politics YouTuber, so maybe not. What is he gonna do with all these bears? But yeah, in regards to the puke square, probably what you guys are talking about is a cave adaptation. So if dwarves spend too much time underground and they don't see the sun for multiple years, they will just start projectile vomiting whenever they see the sun. So if you're just like getting like random piles of puke showing up, it's probably because your dwarves are all sick. So that's on you for not giving your dwarves some sunlight every now and again. You've been meaning to catch the stream since DF release. You chatted a little with FG and Jess, and you were about happy about how happy I was about getting an uptick in viewership. I mean, I've suddenly gone from like stressing about whether or not I'll afford rent next month to, oh my god, I don't have to worry about rent next month. So yeah, it's been pretty nice. Divisible error. Hello, thanks for the prime. Cheers. You gotta put a zone outside for all the pukes, for the dwarves to puke, though. Is this like a meme from Robaz's stream right now? Like, what's happening? It's like not my normal chat behavior. It's like, hey, let's intentionally play the game in a way that is a net negative for your fort's everything. Seems like a Robaz thing. Owen, thanks for that prime sub. And Keandro, thanks for the tier 1. Athros, good to see you. I don't think you're going to need to worry for a few months. Yeah, no, I mean, I've done better in the last, let's just say, 10 days than I did in the last 4 months. So, yeah, no, I certainly don't need to worry for a minute. Although, it would be nice if I could use my credit card again. I just need my bank to send me a new one. My credit card got yoinked, so waiting on a new credit card. And Strick as well with the tier 1. Cheers. You'd think it was on, but that's a misunderstanding. Oh, well. All the way down to the caverns. What could go wrong? Flying creatures! Another petition? I'm not in the mood for accepting any monster fighting peoples, because they're just going to go annoy the caverns, and I don't really like the idea of that. Why is there so many socks in that bedroom? Do I have cabinets? I don't actually know. Nope, we don't have cabinets. All right, let's queue up some cabinets. And also brewskis. Cab. What? Rock. Cab. Let's do 80. And rock. Coffer. Let's also do 80 of those. And let's just quickly queue up some brews. Brew. Drink from plant. When drink is less than that. When amount of unrotten fermentable plants is that. When we have empty food storage items. And when we get to less than 250 brewskis. Yes, 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 yes. And brew 250. Yes, I speak Dwarfish, so I knew that Kogan's son meant boat murdered. Actually, believe it or not, chat told me. Oh, also, if you're wondering why there's a child in the walls, she turns into a were-critter once a month. It's fine. She's just playing make-believe. She's getting along. We'll eventually give her her own stuff so that she can, you know, dig her own thing if she lives long enough. She lives there now. I'm sure she's having a good time. Don't feel too bad for her. Were-child? Their child, actually. How the fuck did you get the child to stay still? She was just standing there playing make-believe, so I built a wall around her. She did move one tile down, so I actually had to move it. Thanks for the $20, Core.
Since rent is taken care of, have a meal on me.
Chat, this guy's just bribing me to get back on the podcast. Thanks for the $20, man. Cheers. Cornerbacker, fantastic streamer as well. Has a good voice. Has been on podcasts that I host. I have a good voice? I've been told that. You know, it's real funny. There was this is not really like legitimate to this era of me anymore, but a couple of years ago there was a viewer in my stream who just said, "I hate you." Like, that was the first thing they said was, "I hate you. I think you're a horrible person. I don't think that you're a nice person. I think that you're mean to me, and I do not like you. But I can't stop watching because I like your voice. And because of this, you're going to be very successful." I remember reading that, and I was just like, just in chat, I was like, thank you? At the time, I was, like, working night shift still and, like, cranky all the time. So admittedly, I was a bit of a dick because I was just constantly sleep deprived, but also, and I'm pretty sure that person still watches my streams. Not gonna name drop them, but pretty sure they still lurk, actually. GG, that was me. Okay, well, thank you for taking credit. Anyway, yeah, no, it's just shit like that. Twitch is a funny place. All right, so let's get this bear enclosure going. Let's get this bear enclosure going. It was Spartacus. You know, I've never actually seen Spartacus. Okay, so we've got grizzlies and we got blacks. Black bears and grizzly bears. So we're going to do grizzlies on one side, and then black bears on the other side. And then this will be a war training session. And we can have our very own Fat Bear Week, where we vote on who's the fattest bear. But now that we've been running for a minute, chat, and we're in-game, and I've got the immediate stuff that I need to get done, you know what it's time for? It's time for me to turn on channel points redemptions for dwarves. Which means you'll have like a bill a second to compete with 800 people to get one dwarf, so good luck. Well, we have our dwarf. Do you know what kind of dwarf you want, dude? Bando flow? Just bam, done. Got him. And it's gone, yes. So is there a reason, there a reason you get the walls when you make an area? What do you mean by get the walls? Dog trainer, if not an animal herder? Okay, I can give you an animal herder. Although, or an animal trainer. I guess question is, beard or no beard? Was claimed before you heard him say that he was enabling it? Yeah, delay will do that. Oh, when I made the pasture, I included the walls. Force of habit. It's not necessary. Beard? Okay. Oop. That's an animal dissector. Hold on. Let's see if I have an animal trainer with beard. Go with caretaker up here. Asked. I love the little hat. Almost looks like a gnome. Pandolifo. Pandolifo. Mala Pesta. Probably butchered that. If I spelled it wrong, please yell at me. 124 years old, is married, and has one child named Nish. Shot champion. Probably really good at shot put, I would guess. Easily changes his mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. He likes to brawl, and he is quick to anger, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he can occasionally lose focus and on the matter at hand. And he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is not interested in joking around, and he often feels discouraged. He can handle stress, and he could be considered rude. He often acts with compassion and has an active imagination and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally respects the law and values self-control and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes bismuth and lead and sardonyx and giant impala leather. Definitely not tame impala leather. And giant cockatiel bone and pigtail paper, and radish plants for their edible roots, and when possible prefers to consume cavefish, sorghum beer, and teff flour, and absolutely hates rats. You're somewhat focused with satisfied needs, and you've been part of a bunch of different groups in the past. You are a member of the Rangers Guild, which is why you're hanging out there right now. your wife is in the fort named Atir, and your kid is Nish. And recently you felt fondness when speaking with a friend, and some of your most important memories are you were angry after getting into an argument, but delighted after watching a performance, and you communed with your god's soul. Can you drain a cavern, or is it infinite water? It's infinite water. It flows in from the edge of the map, unless it's a completely secluded pool. So if it connects to the edge of the map, it's infinite. But if you can drain it faster than it refills, it will eventually lower down in depth. You made a mistake and embarked in your civ of only 90 people. Is there a way that you can save this civ, or should you start over and pick one of the others? If you really want to save that civ, you can make, like... No sect of sweating. Unfortunately, no sect of sweating. If you really like that civ and you want that civ to recover, go make, like, 24 fortresses in that civ, and then reclaim the original one. That will artificially inflate the number of dwarves in that spot. So there is that is the one thing that you could do. So we have grizzly bears and black bears. Unfortunately, they're not giant, but they are grizzly and black bears. If we go to the pets and livestock section, we can clearly see that when I scroll all the way down to the bottom of all these pigs, they are, the grizzly bears are fully trainable, whereas the black bears are not. So we will be making, for some reason, okay, so can I just say that the concept of training grizzly bears to hunt for me is funny as hell. And just, there's two animals that are really funny to train as hunting, in my opinion. Elephants and grizzly bears. Because the concept of saying, go get him, tiger, and then them just, like, running off and just, like, killing a horse and dragging the body back is just phenomenal. Can we ride the bears into battle? We can't ride them, but we can certainly bring them into battle, yeah. So we will be war training grizzlies, but I'm going to wait for a few dozen of them to... I'm going to wait for them to breed a little bit first, and then we will start training them. Hunting pandas? I don't know if pandas are hunting trainable. And we also have 2 tame rats, which I will put in the tavern. All right, so up here, you can go bye-bye because we have a shit ton of stills over at the other end of the fort. And we haven't needed to start making stuff yet, but we will get to it. We have this pile of dead fluffy wamblers. Don't mind them. They're immortal and probably needed to die anyway because they're sort of horrific. I think it would be even funnier to train hunting crows or something. Well, like giant Kias. It's like that video that like goes viral every so often of like, oh, I trained this crow to go pick up money from outside and then bring it to me. And then it's just them with like this pile of money in their drawer. It's like that, but like, I trained a crow to go bring me dead animals. Ugh. Not the wamblers. That's fine. Gotta dispose of the trash somehow. And in this instant, wamblers are in fact trash. All right, so pig iron. Well, actually, let's work on digging. Let's work on digging because we got to bring stuff up. Don't mind the area that's flooded. It's fine. This is gonna be a pain in the ass to get through, I think. This is also an absurdly deep cavern layer, by the way. This bottom one, we're just gonna build flooring over top of. I don't think they'll actually build those there, so I'll do 2 walls and 2 floors. Oh gosh, it really is just like, this is a really open cavern. Holy shit. Okay, our way down, right here. Okay, let's go right here then. Let's go, yep. But I don't need this top layer. I too like the open caverns, but we're not going to be building in them just yet. Pandas are not trainable. Gigantic pandas are war trainable, though. I don't think I've ever seen a gigantic panda in this video game. Humans have left on their journey. Thanks for the bears, boys. And we've got a dwarf that's been possessed, who's claimed a crafts dwarf shop. There's a stone crafter. Is it possible to remove that water underground? Do you mean like the aquifer layers? You can remove aquifer layers, but it requires a lot of channeling. And it's a very slow and arduous process. But theoretically, you can do it. But as for that stairwell, I'm just going to be leaving it. I could theoretically drain it, but... look at the wiki in regards to weight. And yes, it's supposed to be accurate. Which means, yes, that is a child carrying, like, a boulder by themselves. What's the point of combining certain meetings areas like Tavern with other zones? What's the point? Or what's the value in it? The benefit in it is dwarves have different needs, which are completed by using different areas, right? So if they don't have those areas, then they can't complete their needs. So this dwarf here is using table-cut citrines, llama wool cloth, iron bars, 2 pieces of granite, and 1 piece of kesserite. And it's a crafts workshop. Any bets on what that dwarf makes for their artifact, chat? All right, let's go back down to our lowest area that we've discovered. All right, let's just keep digging down. Panties? I'm going to rename that dwarf Oolong. A window, coffin, statue, floodgate, crown, toy hammer. Morning, Sunday. Well, none of you were right. Well, except for the one person who just said mug. Kosoth, Amoseth, Amost Lysat, the stonecrafter has created Stystras Betan, a casterite mug, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Dastot torch bowls. All right, well, it's right here. This is a casterite mug. All craft's ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons and decorated with llama wool, and encircled with bands of rectangular. It's already got alcohol in it. Diamonds just like grabbed it and will use it for alcohol. It's studded with bands of rectangular casterite cabochons, and on the item is an image of Shock Brings, the animal of conjurers, the ginkgo wood bucket in granite. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in iron. On the item is an image of 2 forest titans in citrine. It's being used again by Vakar. My mug! I like it. I keep it. So what do we do now that fully guessed that successfully, chat? I don't know. I don't have a reward here. So congratulations, you lucky guest. Value 6,000. Hey, it's 6,000 Zethal. Or exclamation point DORF bucks. Dwarf bucks, if you want to know why I call them that. Because I don't get out enough. Whoa. Well, we found the Bloodthorn. Did I not get a notification for this area? That is a wet cavern layer. Jesus Christ. Get all that water. A lot of water. Does this fort have a theme? Well, I mean, the main plan for this fort is just pumping lava around places and doing fun stuff with water. But theme for me kind of comes with time. Currently, you know, we're part of a pretty well-established faction in a world that is largely dead, pretty devoid of dwarves. There isn't a lot going on. Mostly it's down here, this area. The only real scourge on the land down here is this tower, this dwarven tower that we're currently at peace with, but I'm sure they will start exporting hate eventually. We also have this evil human tower up here, and a bunch of evil locations, as well as, you know, these human forest retreats that we have a tentatively good relationship with. There's also elves everywhere, but I'm sure they won't be happy with us for long. Many other dwarves are just completely extinct in this world. This is the only real successful faction, so we're just going to continue working. For rumors about a Mac version on Steam, it's going to take time. But they apparently have people working on the Linux port, and Mac port's just going to take time. Or was there an oopsie? I just found this cavern, so it definitely generated pre-flooded. But I've been told that it works just fine in compatibility layers, so if you want to play it right now, you theoretically could just play it on a Mac right now if you wanted. But I don't know how to set any of that stuff up. As I've literally never... actually, that's not true. I haven't owned a Apple-made computer since... Fighting? Oh, that's not good. Giant cave spider. And a dwarf's dead. Herbalist isn't dead yet, actually. Hold on. Herbalist punches the giant cave spider with his right hand, fracturing the chitin. Lee. Well. It seems to be very injured. And it is bleeding. Okay, you know what? Let's just... Because of how injured it is, let's see if we can just smack it. These are scary as hell, though. It came up through this. Which I need to fix. Dwarves appear to be running past it. Okay, never mind. It just left. Sweet. Well, I, in that case, can cancel this order. Cancel order. Close that. And we can seal this in. That spider just, like, noped the fuck out. Yeah, the reason they're so deadly is because they have a perma-stun. Nobody died, actually. They have a perma-stun, and if they stun you with their webs and then bite you, you're just dead. So sorry, ma'am. But how badly injured are you? Ability to stand lost. Diagnosis required. She is incredibly tough. Well, clearly not that tough. Discworld is flat. I like that username. Has the topic of founding a civ instead of picking one ever been discussed by Zach and Tarn? Not that I'm aware of. I know that at some point in the future, adventure mode and fortress mode are supposed to be married together to a degree, so instead of, like, you selecting a location on a map and then just being there, you will literally load up a wagon and then drive your wagon to that location in sort of a, what's it called? Oregon Trail fashion? But what injured the spider? My dwarves. They punched it. Fortunately, nobody got bit. We also have built into this layer just a little bit, and we sealed it all off on the edges. All right, let's follow dwarves that are digging. Yeah, you need to be prepared to catch it, though, and you don't know where they're going to pop up. But now that I know that they're in that layer, we could try and catch the one. All right, well, we found hot stuff, so let's go a layer above and channel down on the side and see what we can find. Yeah, no, I mean, it's obtuse as fuck, adventure mode. It's obtuse as fuck. But, chat room, when it comes to, like, Mac and stuff, just hang out. Just chill. Because, like, those ports will come. They will come. And it's just gonna take time. Oh yeah, that'll certainly change how you embark, but again, not going to be out for a while. That I hope gets included. A add all button to burrows. But aside from that, not really. I mean, largely it's still the same game. So there isn't really anything that I'm missing from the older versions. Except for like one or two like, oh, I used to be able to click this and it would just add everything kind of thing. I never used DF hack really outside of like bug fixing or looking for bugs. And I don't like Dwarf Therapist, so I'm not missing those. Yeah, I don't know. I'm quite happy with it. You're just abusing bugs. That's not the AI being finicky, Zwari. What is Dwarf Therapist? It's an external piece of software that some people seemed to think was a good idea to use to make managing your dwarves easier. But I never fully understood people's obsession with it, to be honest. Actually, you know what? Let's do this diagonally, so I'm less likely to kill a dwarf. Why do I keep using that tool? There we go. At civs, they shoot at animals. We have another kobold here to eat our stuff. I'm assuming it's a kobold. Yep, another kobold who's already vamoosing. How is this the deepest layer? It's not, though. Weird. That's kind of funny, Frisco-born. I used Lazy Noob Pack and then stopped using it because I learned pretty quickly I was not lazy nor a noob. It seems it might not. I haven't tried it with caged animals. But I don't see why it wouldn't. So we found the Great Magma Sea, and we have discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Cool. What's up, Tropic? G'day. Actually, I do have one thought on lava. The particular shade of orange that they use, you can see it glowing on my face in this screen, hurts to look at. That's a complaint I have, and it's a lot harder to adjust my colors. I used to have have the lava set as like a dark red. No, well, I mean, see, here's the thing, Frescoborn. You can do all that stuff in the base game, and in my opinion, you can do it faster in the base game. So it's very much a matter of opinion. I personally do not like the way Dwarf Therapist works, and it makes the game more crashy in my experience. So to me, anything that makes the game less stable sucks, which is why I don't use DF Hack, and I'm not a big fan of Therapist. War Grizzlies, not War Black Bears, but War Grizzlies, yes. Never had crash issues with Dwarf Therapist? I certainly did. So, I don't miss it. But it'll get updated, and people want it. Magma Forge time? We're gonna be pumping lava, is what it's time for. Fish game. Actually, here's a feature I want. I want a feature to permanently disable the tutorial. I don't want those menus to keep popping up every single time I start a new fort. But you can, giant black bears, I think, are war trainable, though. I'm sorry, what? these visitors? What? Guys? Not anymore, clearly. Maybe that explains why I don't have access to, that diplomacy screen. Maybe they're drowning. I mean, they took the forbidden slide. That much is... Oh. Oh. Okay. I get it. They spawned on the wrong side of the creek and then decided to take a shortcut. I understand all of a sudden. Okay. And then the ice got melted away. Yep. This all checks out. Perfectly normal dwarfy affair. Oh, sweet, great. Let's make them a fucking bridge. God damn it, you fucking morons. This goddamn game. All right, sweet. So, since that's a problem, I suppose, let's make you a bridge. I didn't even like think about making a bridge on this. I've made ones on like every other side of this creek, but like not that one. So, all right. Well, give them 5. They'll fix it. Build a bridge for the idiot neighbors. Yep. Caravans arrived, and they're also on the wrong side. Although there is this ice that is rapidly starting to freeze, I suppose. Gosh. Some humans, I tell you. Those goddamn dumb humans. Those goddamn humans. Move items to and from depot. Do we commit to the mug economy? So I'll be honest, I'm kind of running out of gems. Well, it's less of a get off my lawn and more of a get out of my waterfall. But goblin tooth earrings? Sure. Sell them that. Actually, I do still kind of have a bunch of precious fire opals, so we'll bring a bunch of those over. You don't have to ask anything, Malachite Kel. I could take it out of my title at this point. It's mostly just to encourage new players to not feel like they're being dumb because they're asking questions. Demon as what, or Demon 1100. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Cheers. Oh no, an artifact was seen being stolen. Stab his face. Pause the game. Who do it? Who done did it? Problem is, I don't actually have a captain of the guard set up yet. A diplomat cannot compete in a meeting and he left unhappy. Well, you probably drowned, so I'm sure that not completing the meeting is the least of your concerns. I love that it's like, it was seen being stolen, and they're not telling me who stole it. They've helped your understanding of the game so much. Thank you so much for making them. Well, thank you for watching them in the first place. Cheers. All right, so I'm just going to do a kind of a crappy office here. And right next to it, I'm going to do a kind of a crappy meeting hall. And we're just going to set these up real quick, or dining hall, rather. I'm going to set these up real quick. I'm going to jump over to nobles, and I'm going to be like, Captain of the Guard! I'm going to make cops. No, nobody has any skills, so, Make it into Tollus, who wanted to be Hammer Time. Tollus wanted the job anyway. And Tollus, have that. And you can have that. So now let's see. Will they report the crime? They probably will. I see everybody's running to report the crime. All running to report the crime. And then we can find out who, in fact, is at fault for stealing my artifact. The fort has a lot of snitches. They value the law. If you want important people in your fort, is it better to go with a bigger or smaller sieve? There's more options in a bigger sieve. But it was seen being stolen. CCLC, thanks for the prime. Cheers. What's the story with the walled girl in the stockpile? She's a were-lizard. It's fine. She's just playing make-believe. Well, I guess that artifact's gone. We'll figure it out later. Once I get actual prisons and such set up. She's a were-lizard. Yes. Buy meat. Buy those anvils. Buy those cave lobsters. Scampire! Thank you as well for that, that their prime sub. Appreciate it. Let's not buy that, but I will buy the cheese, actually. Can't buy all of the cheese, so I will buy as much of the cheese as I can. Because I'm not making much cheese. I made like one round of just a couple bits of cheese, but Jesus Christ almighty, you guys want a lot of profit. All right, let's try this. Nope. I'll make more goods. Fine. Not quite for everyone. Looks like we're actually getting like no cheese. Very little cheese, in fact. They're not. There you go. Okay, now they're happy with the sales. We're also going to sell them these cruddy socks, and we're going to give... Oh, I was going to give them those socks as a gift. Unfortunately, it does not look like I will be able to get the socks. Give them the socks as a gift. Can I get even a single piece of cheese? Can I just give them these for free? Nope. Well, let's take a berry then. Ah, there we go. The artifact was seen being stolen. Oh. One of my spear dwarves. I'm going to schedule and convict. We're going to convict that dwarf of the crime of stealing my artifact. Dwarven cheese? Yes. It's a very, very, very rare dwarven delicacy. All right. How about the military gets a watchful eye over the prison cells? It's less dangerous than dwarven bread. It's probably better for you than dwarven bread. Chat, is today another one of those days where I explain dwarven cheese? Well, let me just give you the short version, all right? There's these things in Dwarf Fortress called purring maggots, and dwarves like to milk them. Purring maggots are only really known about by dwarves and only really milked by dwarves, thus the naming of dwarven cheese. It also has a two-frame animation because the cheese moves. It has baby maggots in it. As for how it's made, we don't worry about it. And you were appalled to find out that there's a company who actually does this? Yeah, you know what? When it comes to cheese made out of human breast milk, humans have done way weirder things. And yes, I've also ended up on probably that exact same website because of this video game. Yes, it's maggot cheese in the case of dwarven cheese. You know, that's actually a little bit appalling to me. I think I will stick to my oat milk lattes, thanks. Also, Karate, what's up? You just want to thank you for the tutorials? No problem, dude. Due to crashes? I recommend turning on seasonal saving and save regularly if you keep having crashes, but wait until the next few patches are out. Just keep an eye on the patch updates, unless you're completely put off by it, but because new releases for Dwarf Fortress often have issues with crashes, and then they tend to get fixed rather quickly. So I think that is maybe worth mentioning. Like, the last major version of this game that was released, which was back in 21, had a bunch of crashes in it, and they were all basically gone within a month. So it is a small team, right? So the updates can be a little on the slow side. Intermittent crashing, it's the new intermittent fasting, okay? But yeah, I just give them a couple of weeks, and they will stabilize it up. I mean, there's a reason why longtime Dwarf Fortress players just straight up refuse a lot of the time to play on new versions. I just did the ballista arrows thing again. Just because they're trying to avoid crashes. We're setting up prison cells right now, if anybody's wondering. So let's just real quick make dungeon. Can I not multi-place dungeons? Thought I could. Okay, I guess not. Fine.
This is madness!
Madness?
Stone hobo.
Yeet. You back home yet? Or are you on the road? Trying? Well, we're successfully building a prison. There's no trying here. Still in Vegas? Ah, okay. For some reason I thought you were like on the way home at this point. Yeah, no, and this is a game that's been in development for a really long time, and its code is very much spaghetti code, so new version, I'm not surprised at all that there's crashy problems. Consider it kind of like a beta branch for a game right now is very much how this is. I mean, I had one crash pre-release because I found out that if you overlap multi-tile zones before accepting them, it crashes the game, which I reported and it got fixed. And I think I've had like 4 maybe crashes since then. But admittedly, like, how many hours do I have in this game? 130. Yeah, I have 130 hours in this game. And I've had maybe half a dozen crashes total. And they've been getting less frequent. So technically, Dwarf Fortress is, in fact, still an alpha, I think. They did remove the alpha wording, which makes me wonder, though. Okay, so since this dwarf confessed, we're going to convict them. And over here in the theft of the Spry of Pine, it implicates somebody as guilty, but we don't know who. So hopefully we'll find out from interrogating. We did interrogate our dwarf, and we met the subject, and they confessed to theft. In the early spring of 255, Rulak Treat Comet, as the human criminal Rushan of the rumored calls, corrupted a subject in order to have an agent in Riverdance. Rulak Treat Comet met with the subject and made a threat, and the plan worked. The subject revealed that in the early summer they plotted to steal the spry guilty pine under the influence of Rulak. So is Rulak still here? Don't think so. If they come back, chat, we have to beat them to death. All right. So, you're wondering if blueprinting causes issues. You should test the idea. You had 2 crashes after you save after I had a few hundred blueprint doesn't. I don't mess around with blueprints. Like I don't use blueprints at all. So yeah, that might be an issue. Like honestly, like if you do something and it crashes the game, don't do it again, and then report it. Like that's generally like the rule of thumb for Dwarf Fort. Is if something crashes the game, don't do it again because it'll probably crash it a second time. Just giving dwarves cabinets. That sucks, Sisa. Dwarf Fortress has been... Think about it this way. Dwarf Fortress is the original, or one of the first, perpetually in development early access games. Not unlike something like 7 Days to Die, or something like Caves of Cud, or, I don't know, something that's been in beta for years. And it's just, like, that's just the way of things for Dwarf Fort. And you just kind of get used to it. Like, is it a perfect system? No, but it certainly works for the most part. All right, so we are going to go down into here and hollow this out. Its end with, yeah, no, I mean, cut is certainly getting close to its end goal for sure, but it's still very much going to be a perpetually in development even after that, right? And according to Tarn, and I think this is hilarious, Dwarf Fortress didn't even qualify for early access because apparently, once you're in early access, it doesn't matter so much. You can just kind of perpetually stay in early access. But in order to release a game in early access, supposedly, according to Tarn, you need to submit a thing that says when you will release, and it has to be considered or deemed a reasonable release date by Valve. Be that 4 years, 2 years, 3 years, a year, etc. You need to have a reasonable release date. And Dwarf Fortress's approximate estimated release date is like 2045, which they don't consider reasonable. So they had to release as a full release and couldn't release in early access because of how Steam's fine print works. But time is relative. Yes, it is very much so. But don't work for Valve. So I think that's hilarious personally. Thank you very much for the second month with Prime, Kel. Welcome back. Well, you'll quote me on full release? I don't think that's wise, but, I mean, you can do what you want, really. And just go get it now? I mean, if the game interests you, yes, you should go get it now. What are you so pissed about, my guy? Literally just wants to join the military. All right, don't you go beating people up. Sodell. I actually have a few competent spear dwarves. Might as well add a few new ones. Watch this dwarf go insane and kill a bunch of people. Ew! Well, that's gross. Hold up. For majority spear dwarves, I like spears. The Forgotten Beast, Sosmil, has come. Sosmil full Sosmil has come. A gigantic hairy tick. It has a twisting, jointed trunk. And its hair is long and wavy. Beware its poisonous gas. I don't actually know if it can get into the fort right now, but we could let it in. It's a hairy tick? Yeah. Fucking leeches, man. Does it just look like a spider? It looks like a spider with a trunk. So, can it get into the fort? I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, so we have this set up. Like, we walled this area off. I don't actually think it can get in here. Well. I'm going to pop out one of these floors down here and let it in. Ziltra, do you know what kind of dwarf you would like? Just at me if you do. A minor? Not a major? I mean, that's fair. You get this dwarf named Avuz. Ziltra! Also, thanks for hanging around, by the way. 47 years old, you're married, and you have a kid. You're healthy, and you're generally in quite a good mood, it seems like. You do want to see your friends, though. You're lonely. But you felt satisfied at work, and were euphoric due to inebriation, and you were accepting, remembering seeing a goblin's dead body. Personality-wise, you eschew practical concerns for philosophical discussion, puzzles, and riddles in the world of ideas. And he has such a developed sense of optimism that he always assumes the best will be the outcome eventually, no matter what. And he dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. He is conflicted by this since he believes that he is sorry about that. Let me try this again. And he dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, and he is conflicted by this since he believes of the importance of the rule of law. And he is stubborn, and he is bashful, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He's somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this since he values friendship and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Of course we let it in. Why wouldn't we? He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Values-wise, he personally values self-control and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and values sacrifice and doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. He likes Kilonite, gold, clear zircon, green tree frog, bone, rope reed paper, the color brass, crossbows and leggings, and slothmen for their slow movement, and the sound of the play of tresses, and when possible prefers to consume giant raccoon and Cameron bowl of wine, and you hate hamsters. Sup, soaps? How do thing be? Military lining up. It's never crashed my computer, but I've heard plenty of reports of crashes on other people's computers. I do know that windowed mode is supposedly generally way more stable than full screen. So if you're playing in full screen, maybe swap over to windowed. Thank you for making YouTube videos about Dwarf Fortress that helped you appreciate the game and go further into your progress. Hell yeah! I've seen some people bounce off, which I think is a bit of a shame. Really? Like, I've definitely seen a couple streamers and seen reports of streamers just being like, it's not Dwarf Fortress. Uninstall. And or Dwarf Fortress is not RimWorld. Uninstall, and it's like, it's a bit of a shame. I think that's a kind of a massive shame actually, because they are just very different games. You just made some good progress with feral cats that's scared of us. Feral cats that scared. Oh, you mean like in real life, not Dwarf Fort? I was very confused for a second there, Silly. I was like, what are we talking about? Where's this big bug? It may have like also just gone off and died too. It went this way. Now, was this a DF streamer or someone who was just streaming DF? Zengrath. Well, I mean, it's so it's like RimWorld, but it's much more of a god game, you know? And as somebody who fucking loved games like Black and White back in the day, it's just a very different approach to a style of game that RimWorld based a very different game on. But just popular streaming DF? Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, it's not gonna be for everybody. It's certainly not. The things that make this game cool are things that will drive certain people insane about it. I think that's okay. Someone to go find it? I mean, if it doesn't want to come in, I don't really want to go after it. It's just a giant tick. It's just gonna go die. Bug forgotten beasts are really weak. You click on the lever, click link lever, and then click on the bridge, and you need 2 mechanisms to link them. Graniteer. Black and white fire would be... VR would be fire. Huh. I bet you... I mean, that game is Abandonware, right? So... Is there a maximum depth for walls or something like that? Or for wells or something like that? Nope. Not that I'm aware of. I've seen them like 30, 40 Z levels down. The bucket just goes. How to handle melancholy children? Once somebody's melancholy, they're done. They're just going to die. They are going to wander around until they die of stress if they're melancholy. So keep that in mind. It's sad, but now you want a hell well? Hell's Wells! That's my favorite AC/DC song. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave this thing in the caverns. I think, as I want to focus on getting lava up to the surface, so we're just gonna leave this thing. If it shows its face and comes at us, we'll go after it. But eh. Come to drink, yeah, Hell's Wells. Yeah, there you go. See, you understand what I'm talking about. Make melanade? I don't think melanade is a thing, but... Who's that one dwarf that's really sad? I was going to put them in the military, actually, because they just seem to want to join the military. But this dwarf... It's this dwarf. This lady here. She just really wants to join the military. So you know what? I'm going to let her join the military. And if she kills somebody from the military, then, well, we'll put her in prison forever. I can find her. Where is she? Not you. And it's this one. Probably gone past her like twice. But she is a competent combat dwarf, so... Oh, there she is. Odell. I'm gonna go pick up equipment. Let's see how you do mentally. No. Vampires are pale. She's not pale. Like, literally, they're turquoise color. Also, if it says armor user rusty, it doesn't mean their armor is literally rusty. It just means that they're out of practice using armor. Their skill is rusty. Their armor isn't physically rusty. There's a lot of things that the game needs search features-wise. Lend them. Also, chat room, I just want to say thank you to all of you who've been, like, using my emotes, because I've been lurking around in a lot of Dwarf Fortress streams recently, and I just keep seeing my emotes flying by. It's kind of surreal, as somebody who's been streaming for 9 years and never really consistently been above 300 subs. Ever. It's kind of just wild, just going into other random streams and just seeing my emote, my emote, my emote, my emote. Our fun is spreading. It's cool. I like it. I could get used to this. It's going to make my ego get way too big, though. Speaking of emotes, we are currently at 1,971 sub points, meaning we only need another, what, 19 subs to get another emote? So, I don't know. We'd need to do something, Dwarfy. I was thinking like a Vile Force of Darkness emote that's just like a crowd of, like, just like a black silhouette of like a army with like spears and torches. I don't know if we could fit that into one emote, but just don't get into NFTs. I'm a streamer, not a, like, Ponzi scheme asshole who will sell garbage to you. I mean, I won't even get into, like, fucking Raid Shadow Legends, which is why I turned down a sponsorship offer from them just the other day. Anyway, so we just unlocked that emote. About that. Thanks for the 20 pack, dude. Cheers. I think I need to refresh this thing again. That was 1, 2, I think we're 4 off. 5 off? 5 off. 5 off. Unless this just hasn't refreshed yet, which it might have. But, 5 off. But thank you very much for that 20 pack, Damien. And Soaps for the tier 1. And Draz IMO for the prime. And Adjective Food for the tier 1. And Soaps with the 5 pack. And boom, that's it. Emote done. So we got another emote now. Cool. Thank you. You guys are awesome. I shouldn't be trusted with this power. Can armor and weapons get rusty? No, but they can get damaged in combat. So they can take damage and have to be melted down and reforged or alternatively sold. I came across your Google News feed a couple days ago. One of my videos was linked to in a Verge article, which has never happened to me before, which is wild. 6 emote slots in a week. Yep. Yep. And this surge in popularity is temporary, but the emotes are forever. Here we go. So here, take a look at this. 2,000 sub points right there. 2,000 sub points. 2,000. Dwarf Gober. Rocket on Rotor. Hello. It's good to see you again. Hello. Welcome back. It's really funny when Google News serves me my own videos, though, which I've definitely gotten a couple of times. Why is your plant gathering order not working on wild soybean plants? They might not be ready to harvest yet. What's the plan for lava on this level? This is going to be a big ol' reservoir. A big ol' reservoir! But yeah, they may also be dead. Yeah, they're either not in season or they may be dead. But yeah, this is going to be a large reservoir. Is the plan for this. I think the old UI for Dwarf Fortress had its charm and had its uses, but largely was a barrier to entry for a lot of people. And I think that the new UI still has its quirks, but is significantly better than the old. Might need a stepladder for gathering. Oh, that too. Well, no, wild soybean plants are on the ground, so they won't need those for the on the ground stuff. Also, thanks for the 1 penny, by the way, Kosine. And Twisted Link, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Was definitely too much for you. Even this one is hard for you to read a lot of the time, just in general. My goal with this whole fortress is to build a fortress that's easy to read. Like, that's why I'm doing the multi-layer stuff as well. Is I just want it to be easy to read. Cyanide Jack, seen you around here a lot. Thanks for converting that Prime to a tier 1. Cheers. You noped out when you first stumbled upon Dwarf Fortress years ago, but you just bought it on Steam. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's... To me, the difference is... It's like, to me, Dwarf Fortress now just went from the difference of Crusader Kings 2, or maybe even Crusader Kings, the original, and Crusader Kings 3. You know? It's like, it's still a hard as fuck game. There's still a lot there. The difference is now it's like, it's doable for most people, I think. It's like, they're both great games in their own right, and they're both very interesting. Can't stick around today, but you figured you would share some of the best news you were going to have all year. You're going to be a father soon? Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Congratulations. Sad Turtle Soup. More like Happy Turtle Soup. It's time to change your name. But check. Can I get a round of beers for Sad Turtle Soup? How long until you give them hauling jobs? I mean, what? As our dwarves mine through these rocks. But you played with the tile sets, and ASCII was like, nope. Just remember this, right? Just remember this. I'm a guy, so when you ask me, it's just like, how do you feel about this game versus ASCII? I have successfully played Dwarf Fortress with this tile set before, without any issue. So when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, I'm not to be trusted about how playable it is. I've also, yes, this is the one true god tile set, yes. I've also played with this one. I've played with this one. This one was much harder than the Nick Cage tile set, right? Then also this one. This one was awful, especially when I realized that the walls were my lips. Anyway, this one was fine. This one was a nightmare. This don't ask. This one was generated in Midjourney mostly. So yeah, no, I've played with some really fucky tile sets, including the Matrix font, and they're all playable. But like it was fine. We got by. The biggest tease is as you feel with Dwarf Fortress, someone's using voice to text. Shows that it's the most complicated game of all time. But if you just can't simplify it, then you just can't become the most successful 300k unit. So, I mean, it's one of the most believable simulations of all time. I don't really believe it's one of the most complicated games of all time, though. Personally. Like, it has an absurd amount of depth, but actually playing the game isn't so crazy once you understand its verbiage. The problem is learning its verbiage. We need more refined coal. I might just remove all of my refining jobs. Let's just remove all the smelting jobs and just make, like, 10 coal. Scuff Grim, thanks for the Prime. Cheers. And Yaga Kill, what up? Be honest, once you have a picture of what your fort looks like, in your head, you imagine tile sets become mostly an accessory to playing the game? Yes. I mean, like, people have asked me for years, they're like, do you use Stone Sense, or do you ever look at your forts in Armok Vision? Why can't you look at them in 3D? It's like, because I don't need them, right? And there's a point with Dwarf Fortress where all tile sets look like Dwarf Fortress. And something that I think is actually going to be kind of interesting is once Classic is available, like the ASCII variant is going to be available in this version, because in Steam, literally all you'll need to do is go to your settings and change a toggle right here. That's all that you'll have to do. And then bam, suddenly you'll be in ASCII, right? What's the plan for this basement? We're going to be pumping lava up is the plan for it. How do you get flux stones? You need to embark somewhere with flux stones. Lazy Noob Pack had an option to restrict workshops based on skill, or is this simply an option you can't find? That was DF Hack, not Lazy Noob Pack. As far as that, the game automatically assigns jobs to the highest skill level dwarves in this version because they've got auto labor turned on. But if you want to restrict workshops to specific individual dwarves, there's a button on the workshop to do that, which is essentially the same thing. No, that's totally fair. Dyslexia is like murder on ASCII games. But also at the same time, ASCII games are completely playable by 100% blind people, which as somebody who's visually impaired, whose eyesight gets worse every year, it makes it very attractive. You know, it's like, an ASCII game. Actually, if you're interested in ASCII games but don't want to play ASCII games, I would recommend playing this game. War Sim, The Realm of Vasilona. This game is entirely text-based in ASCII. You can just set the font to whatever you want because it just runs in a command line window. And it's like and we'll be streaming some of this once it comes out of early access because it's leaving early access soon. It's like the price of a cheeseburger, and it's a kingdom management game, but it's all ASCII, and it's really neat. So if you've ever been like interested in ASCII games, but you don't want to play something that's completely unapproachable, try this. This game is cool. That's my endorsement. We'll be streaming a bunch of that when it leaves early access. Last year we did a run where I named the king Santa, and we heralded over the glorious kingdom of the North Pole, and it was wonderful. Because games that run in command line, Klex, can be played with screen readers. So you can be hearing the characters in your ear while you're playing. It's the same way that people who have no eyesight can program. Is simply by using a keyboard and screen readers. Am I making a magma pit? I am, in fact, making a magma pit, yes. We just dug down. Baby Blueford. Added to wish list? Hell yeah. I think he said it's gonna be like 50% off or something. When it's what's the word? When it releases. So, which means it'll be very cheap. Just broken into the cavern layers and it's all mud with fungus floors? Yep. Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. So this is all granite. So we're actually gonna channel this down. Make it deeper. Deeper. Let's build up. For some reason I always confuse the two buttons. It's still broken? Okay. I'm convinced that there's like a diplomat stuck in the river somewhere and they can't path up and they're pissed. You know what? It's just kind of funny to me at this point. That, and that. That bubbling. What's the issue? You're either too far away from your home faction, Adri, or alternatively, you haven't given enough value to your faction via trade caravan yet. But if you're settled on an island or if you're on the other side of the continent, they might literally not be able to get to you. Let's see. how this dwarf is doing. So this dwarf seems to be much happier now that they're back in the military. Interested learning about spear. Sweet, that's good. Interested in your fine weapon rack. Delighted at work. So this dwarf very much seems to be readily improved by being in the military. Which is good. There's a diplomacy button. Yeah, and it keeps disappearing. It means there's a diplomat on the map that wants to speak with the people in charge. Let's actually see who is on the map. Who's it? Nope. No, there isn't. So I don't know what's up with that, but bears, make baby bears, please. Get to it. Chop, chop. All right, I need to make a hospital somewhere, so I think I'm going to do one down here. See if I can just make one of these. Did it have everything? Bears don't need to graze, they eat vermin. So little animal, you know the little animals that spawn around some livestock? Animals that have livestock, or that animals that have little critters spawning around their feet don't need to be pastured somewhere where they can eat food because they're eating the vermin. These bears are into nesting. I mean, maybe. Hard to say. If you, like me, used to play MUDs for many years, yeah, I mean, see, like I've played Batmud on and off for quite some time, and I played ASCII roguelikes in the mid-2000s, right? Because I had dial-up internet for years at home, right? And because I had dial-up internet for so fucking long, the only way I could get games was from the Swedish Public Library. And the way I would get games from the Swedish Public Library was going to my friends Scott and Jeff's house, asking them to download games from the Swedish Public Library for me. And then I would go over to their house once a week or twice a week. I'm not Swedish, I'm Canadian. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, then think about it. Anyway, so as I would acquire games from the Swedish Public Library through them, the only, like, because I had no way of getting them into my house, so what I would do is it's probably pretty warm, yeah, it's probably scorching hot. So what I would do is I would take my 512 megabyte MP3 player, and I would go over to their house, and I would plug it. Public Bay Library. I mean, it was an ocean-based library, yes, with boats. Anyway, so I would go over to their house, and I would plug it into their computer, and I would transfer all the files that would fit, and I would put my headphones in and pretend to listen to music, and go home in the back seat of the car pretending to listen to music while actually just downloading stuff from the Swedish Public Library. And so that's how I acquired Halo. That's how I played Grand Theft Auto. That's how I played like GTA 2, 3, 4, 1, like the first Grand Theft Auto. That's how I played Halo. It was like an 8-week process to get Halo 1 onto my computer. Going over to their house, transferring half a dozen zipped files onto my thing, going home, pulling it in, go over the week later, plug it in, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. I did that for multiple years until I finally got high-speed internet in like late 2007, early 2008. So because of this, I discovered that, instead of like downloading one game and it taking 3 weeks, I could download Angband, Zangband, Moria, NetHack, Rogue, Tales of Middle-earth, Doom the Roguelike, all at once, and take all of those home, and those were replayable enough that I could just sit there and play them, and it was phenomenal. That's how I got, like, Heroes of Might and Magic. So I was playing, like, ASCII roguelikes in, like, 2005 on my, when I was, like, 8, and when I was, like, 11, right? Like, at 12, just playing these, like, weird, esoteric dungeon crawlers, because, like, I could put a bunch of them onto my thingy and take them out. And I'd listen to like Harry Potter, an audiobook on my CD player, and I'd just sit there and play like roguelikes on my little ancient history computer. And I didn't have to worry about them not working, right? So Rest in peace, creator of Mario, by the way. So yeah, no, like that's why ASCII games aren't like an issue for me, is because I've just been playing them for so long that it's like, well, I can read. It's just text. Being a nerd with dial-up and parents with no money was very difficult. Yeah. Low on food? Yeah, it's fine. You are right. We do need to harvest some more food from the surface. I'm just gonna eat a bunch of pigs, I think. We have a shiz ton of pigs grazing on the surface. Fun fact, Zork 1, 2, and 3 are all playable on my Discord. You just have to add a Discord bot with a special command in the text adventure room. Doom the Roguelike, yep. And now the developer of Doom the Roguelike has been on my stream many times, and we talk about updates to his game, Jupiter Hell, when updates come out. And there's supposedly supposed to be an update at some point, either the end of this month or early next month, so there will be another dev chat for that soon, which I'm looking forward to. It'll be fun. We'll get to play a couple rounds of Jupiter Hell and see some new content and chit-chat with developers, because that's something I love to do. I love talking with developers and giving devs that deserve it, like, a bit of a boost if I can, so... All right, so we need food. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over to pets and livestock, and we're gonna just slaughter some pigs. We should make soap too. Also some llamas. There you go, that'll do. I can't wait for Caves of Cud to hit 1.0. We're gonna have to stream more of that too. It's on Steam and itch.io, so it's also available on itch. Hey, Yed, what up? And you also get a Steam key if you buy it on itch right there. Mr. Taphawk, thanks for gifting a sub to It Came from User Space. User Space, not Outer Space, User Space. So yeah, if you want Dwarf Fortress DRM free, you can get it via itch. Hey, a child was born. Ancient Domains of Mystery. I beat it once, cheating, because fuck me, that game was hard. I've played Aurora 4X once, and I don't think I will ever play Aurora 4X again, because 4Xs aren't much my thing, but I respect Aurora 4X. It's a cool thing. But Ancient Domains of Mystery was, or ADOM, was a game that I loved, and most of my love for it has been ruined by the absolutely abysmal Ultimate ADOM. I will be honest. Like, I am actively discouraged from playing that cool-ass game ever again because of how bad Ultimate ADOM was. All right, let's go down here and remove these ramps because we don't need them. Digging ramps up or down? Tome is incredible, but I have very little experience with it. I played more Tales from Middle-earth, which was the same game before it got the Middle-earth lore removed. But I've never gotten good at the Tome variant of it, or the Tales of Majel variant of it. Okay, let's, oh, jeez, did I already did that too early? Don't really want to lose a dwarf in here, so... Oh, that's not good. A forest that is both vile and dark has arrived. Has it, though? Oh, there we go. Goblin crossbows, eh? How many? Can't be that many. All right, we're gonna send in the boys, I think. The dwarfs. All right, laddies. I think we can take out, you know, a handful of goblin crossbowmen. What do you think, chat? Dwarf Fortress isn't a roguelike, but it certainly has It's certainly truer to, like, adventure mode itself, specifically, is closer to any roguelike than anything that calls itself a roguelike that's come out in the past 10 years, pretty much. It's certainly more of a roguelike than fucking Binding of Isaac. To arms, dwarves! To arms! We will fight to the last, dwarf, although we outnumber them, so I'm not too concerned. I mean, look at them. It's actually kind of hard to see them in the forest here, I think. We'll follow this guy. Alright, something died. We're gonna follow Udil, the spear dwarf. He's fighting with this goblin. 2 goblins from the looks of things. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere, knocks over the spear dwarf. More dwarves arrive. Hopefully nobody falls into the river. Just a far drop. Bunch of turkeys have been found dead. Oh, that's because we're slaughtering them. That's intended. Those are supposed to be found dead. Dwarves are running down. So it seems like they're going after their next target and following the militia captain now. 2 arms, bring your legs. Those are important too. Dwarves are running forward, fighting with the last few. Or wielding crossbows. They aren't gonna have much luck here, I don't think. How many are left? Let's find out. 1 is left, and it's a goblin thief. Probably going for the kids, I would expect. Hasn't gotten anything successfully, so we will assign a kill order. Running up the hill, probably going for our kids. Dwarves have caught him. There he goes. You also have 2 arms. Well, that's good. The optimal number, I would say. So apparently there's still a siege happening. Yeah, they're all dead. No losses for us. Round of beers for the successful soldiers. Let's see how these dwarves feel about this as they head home. I think they're all gonna need a drink, would be my bet. Afraid after experiencing trauma. Well, I mean, this has unfortunately come with life. Soldiers return one by one. Quickly strip off their armor to go do something else for a bit. She's stubborn and she tends to think before acting after seeing a goblin die in 253. Well, been a couple of years since they've attacked us, I suppose. Well, all those goblins are sleeping, that much is known. Your brain created a DF creepypasta? Well, go post it. Or go write it. Why not? Thank you for the great content. It's helped you ease the of this game tremendously. Well, thank you. I'm glad that I've been so helpful. I honestly was expecting to just dump out all those tutorials on the first day of release, and like a couple people would see them and they'd be like, "Hey, thank you," and then that would be it. And I was expecting to have to apologize for uploading too many tutorials. Like I was very much ready for the worst, but it's nice that people watched them and they did well, and a lot of people seem to have gotten a lot out of them because that's a new experience for me. So. For a long-time player here? Well, thank you. Happy to help. All right, so we're going to make What am I trying to do? I'm trying to safely dump lava into this hole so that we can use it to pump lava. When do I buy a streaming house? Never. Literally never. When will I buy a house? If my numbers keep up like this, maybe someday. I have a question. And this is just to anybody who actually genuinely thinks that a streamer house is a good idea. Do you want to live with your coworkers?
Dwarven legs.
All the time? Also, do you want your coworkers to, like, be a bunch of immature children? Which is generally what streamers are. As an immature child, I wouldn't want to live with me. Why would I want to live with clones of me? Fuck that. God, that sounds like hell. Jesus, fuck. Also, then you're their boss? Whew. That sounds like two things is going to happen. Someone's going to get canceled for some sort of assault allegations, and it's going to just be stressful and annoying and awful. It sounds like willingly living in a frat. It's like, no. Why would you do that? What the fuck's wrong with you? Do not do that. Absolutely not. God. I know, right? I'm such a casual for playing a version of this game that doesn't have the actual main game, the real gamer controls, right? I mean, like, here's the thing, right? I'm genuinely looking to, like, rent a place with my little sister and her husband, just because technically I shouldn't be living alone to begin with because, well, I have health problems that mean it's actually dangerous for me to live alone. My little sister has similar health problems and may also end up renting with my sister-in-law as well. We all get along very well, and we all work in, shocker, different industries. So, you know. A streamer house, fucking never. Living with some extended family, probably next year. My family aren't DF streamers. This might come to a shock as a shocker to you, but my sisters used to bully me for playing video games. And then my older sister met her husband on World of Warcraft, so, you know, here we go. She literally met her husband playing WoW on RP servers. And I've told this story on stream many times, but, like, my older sister was all like, met a guy, and he showed her WoW, and she got way into it, really enjoyed it, and then started playing WoW. And the funny thing about her playing WoW, though, wasn't that she was playing WoW. It was that she was playing WoW on, like, an LG whatchamacallit. Did they marry in game? I don't know. I've never asked. But on an LG whatchamacallit. And for those of you who don't remember what an LG whatchamacallit was, it was like a 2009 netbook that was about this big. It had a mini keyboard. Okay, it had no mouse. It didn't even have a touchpad. It had a little nib. And it had onboard graphics, like 2 gigs of RAM or something, like 50 gigs of hard drive space. Barely could run WoW. She run WoW at like 4 frames a second in areas where there wasn't people everywhere. And I remember like going into her room at one point and just like, how are you playing that video game on that? And like at the time, I had a decent, like not a great computer, but I had a 560 Ti. I could play Battlefield. I had a pretty okay computer at that point. I'd had a job for a bit, and I just like I went over there. I was like, what are you even doing? And she's just like playing WoW. I'm like, okay, hold on. I go into my bedroom, and we'd had high-speed internet at this point. I installed World of Warcraft on my computer in my bedroom. It took about 3 hours, but I got it all patched up and ready to go. And then told my older sister, I was like, when you're done, come over here. She comes over to my bedroom. I'm like, sign in. And she signs in, and she immediately goes, oh, I understand what you were saying now. After walking around in, like, one zone with, like, 1,000 FPS or whatever, and she just, like, got up, drove to the store, bought a laptop. Not a great one, but, like, a decent computer. And went back to playing WoW. So, yeah. Pythania, I hope your stream was good. I don't know what you were playing today, but I hope it was fun. I hope it was satisfactory. I hope that the many birds squawked and did things. So wholesome, though. Yeah, and then, like, she discovered, like, Skyrim, and I think her social life ended after that, but... right, so this block needs to be dug out. Is there anybody down here? All right, dwarves. You guys got to make a deal with me. Do not walk in this area as soon as I dig out this tile. All right, dwarves, if anybody walks into this area after I dig out this tile, you're just going to die. So, like, maybe don't do that. Actually, no, there's one other thing I got to do first. Yeah, I got to build this on a wall. Fortifications. Right there. Hassle? I don't know about hassle. Tap Dancing Ninja, welcome back for a second month. Then you eventually got a social life? Yeah, I wouldn't have friends if I didn't play video games. Game's yelling at me about not enough water source. We have plenty of water source. What do you have to do to get a barony? Give lots of value to your home civ. Okay, well, cancel that. Forbid you. Forbid you. Let's try this again. Just need you doing that from the top. There you go. What kind of dwarf do you want, Zerdon? If you have any preference of job, just let me know. I love how everybody's just talking about World of Warcraft RP now. A warrior? Okay. I don't think that they're currently training, but... Yep. All the trains, so I know who's who. Let's just get this dumped first, and then we'll get you named. RP, as in, like... You know, I'm not even going to go there. Just not even going to do it. It's not worth it. We discovered a volcanic wall studded with gems and raw adamantine. Praise the miners. Progress these nuts, I suppose. Largo the larver. Look at that. It's beautiful. I don't know if you need help, but you certainly should get out more. I don't know. Hello? That's going good. We're making some hot stuff flow into places. Because a fight started while playing Mario Kart? Wow. What are we doing today? We are making a lava reservoir. Those are funky eye emojis. What? Is this the place for magma forges? Yes and no. I'm going to build some magma forges above this, but the magma forges are actually going to be up and in my fortress, up at the top. This area down here is just the current or the temporary, or not temporary, the area that I'm filling up with magma so that I can then transport magma up to the surface. This game is a good example of having a potential guaranteeing that you'll never have a social life because it's super addicting. I feel like you have no idea what you're talking about, Subs. No offense, dude. I like you, and I've known you for a long time. But I feel like you have no idea what you're talking about. Also, video games aren't addicting. You don't get withdrawal symptoms from not playing video games. Random thought. When you dig into the circus, is it possible to have clowns... To prevent clans by coming up by channeling water down the hole? No, because they can breathe underwater. Any game can be engaging, yes. I think that if you think playing a game like this is something that's going to prevent you from having a social life, then sure, but no, it's the other human habits around the video game that prevents you from having a social life. Dopamine is addicting, sure, but the game itself isn't addicting. I really hate it when people call games addicting. It's something, like, as somebody who's suffered with addiction problems in the past, games are not addicting. Not at all. They certainly can make the happy pills go off in your brain, but it's not the game itself that's addicting. It's your body being addicted to its own chemicals. All right, we got a lot of upset dwarves. We need to deal with this. Most of them seem to just want library, so let's build a library. Don't be sorry. It bothers me when I see people calling games addicting. It should bother everyone. Just most people aren't that sensitive to such things. All right, let's clear that out. And we're going to make ourselves a library. I think we're going to do it over here, maybe? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe library above? The moment the Steam version announced, because the last months before you had to watch DF because videos and withdrawal was getting hard. Let me say this, right? If you say that you are less likely to have a social life if you play a game like Dwarf Fortress, sure. But Dwarf Fortress isn't the issue there, right? If someone has antisocial tendencies and has the tendency to avoid people and keep to themselves and play video games, sure. But that's not related to Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is a coping mechanism for their personality, right? That is a positive. Now, if you're one of those people who says that playing video games is the cause of it, you're looking at it from completely the wrong perspective, and without being just kind of a dick, you're kind of an idiot. If somebody is playing video games to cope with being antisocial and having a hard time finding new friends, that's one thing. And that's a benefit that the video games exist. If you are accusing video games of causing that problem, you're a very strange person. You wish that you would have discovered this game years ago? Absolutely. It's been around for a long time, but it's been hard to get into for a lot of people. So it really bothers me when I see people saying things like, oh, if you play games like this, you're going to be antisocial and have no friends. No, absolutely not. If anything, having a hobby or a game that is to the level of a hobby like Dwarf Fortress gives you a social outlet, because suddenly there's a whole community of people you can go and communicate with. And if you don't see that there, then you're just, frankly, a fucking moron. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Well, no, I think that's the way that's the reality for most people back at Crow, is that most people can't get into this game without the graphics, and that's totally cool. It's lovely to see so many people getting into the game. All right, I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to put a library. I think it's going to be right here. Did the magma pit work? Yep, it's filling. It's filling. We're going to make a library up here. If anything, playing video games gives people who are antisocial an outlet to have a community. You know, as somebody who always had trouble making friends and keeping friends and communicating with people, video games has given me community. Video games have made me more social and helped me get better at that and train those skills, right? You think that's good? It's good to have lots of food, yeah. And so if you say that, oh, video games remove that, no, video games enable that. Video games enable that. Video games make it easier to make friends because it gives you access to a community that you didn't before. You know, Dwarf Fortress is an extraordinarily welcoming and wonderful community spread over many different locations, from subreddits to forums to discords. And many people wouldn't have that. You could also say the same thing about MMOs. It's like, yeah, it makes you antisocial, sure, but it gives you a different kind of social outlet. Maybe you're somebody who's disabled and can't leave your house because you're in a wheelchair and it's winter and there's 4 feet of snow outside. All right, well, how do you communicate with people? Go play WoW. I don't like MMOs, but go play Final Fantasy Online. Go play any MMO. Should you give them slits to watch over the canyon? We should absolutely do something like that. I'm thinking like right here. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, my social life exists because I play video games. And of course, like, this is my job, so I'm definitely an outlier, right? I am a unique example. There's not a lot of me. But you don't have to be internet famous to go join a Discord and talk about a game you like. Yeah, and you're the one who started this entire conversation, so grow your massive-ass brain a little bit and think about what you're saying before you say it, Soaps. I've known you for long enough, and I know that you're an incredibly intelligent person, so use that intelligence to make yourself look smart, and don't use your intelligence to make yourself look like an idiot. I barely graduated high school, okay? You're a smart person. Go be smart, dude. Come on. And we have an artifact that's being stolen, which is Statuus Batan. By whom? This is getting a bit toxic. I've said my piece. I've for reference, I've hung out with the person I'm schooling in chat is someone I've hung out with before. It's a person I know in real life, and I'm just annoyed that he said that shit. Do better, man. Do better. All right, so we've got this something stealing something. Probably a bunch or some crimes being reported, I'm assuming. I really need to actually get around to making an artifact vault again. I used to always do that, but that awkward feeling when mom and dad are fighting. That awkward feeling mom and dad are fighting. So you're feeling right now? Well, I mean, I'm done lecturing Soaps. This actually isn't the first time I've had to lecture Soaps either. Why are you so mad? You have a decent quarters. What do you want? Lack of decent meals. They just want me to make fancy meals. That's really what we want. All right, let's just, I do have plenty of alcohol. Let's just queue up like 50, 60 meals. Or meal. Let's do 200. Referring to things that are video games as addicting doesn't trigger me. That's a bad word to use, but it does bother me because of how vehemently I disagree with that statement. Games can be fun and engaging, and things that are fun and engaging can be enjoyable, and your brain can desire this, but that doesn't necessarily make it addicting. And of course, you can absolutely like pull out the stops of like, anything can be addicting, which is true. So on paper, yes, video games can be addicting, but I guess I have a unique experience with it, with addiction that other people maybe don't have. So you can call video games addicting. That's fine. I don't agree, but it's fine. Yes, I do need to give a dwarf warrior to our friend here, so I will do that. He's up here, this dwarf. Although it depends. Lady dwarf or boy dwarf? Diamond Destruct up there. Who else do we have training currently? Not everybody's training currently. A lot of them are down in the tavern getting rest. Yeah, that My Strange Addiction isn't about people with weird addictions, though. My Strange Addiction is about people that will do anything for, I wouldn't, I'll put it this way. I wouldn't put reality TV as an example of what addiction is. I'm just saying. I wouldn't use that as an example. A bad example. Zerdon wants a warrior dwarf, so we're giving you the militia commander. Where did the kills tab go? Is it under combat? No. Health? Nope. Overview, military, kills. There it is. So you've killed one goblin and a dog, but you killed the dog before you got to my fortress. Those aren't video games, Invisible Sprite. Those are a means to take money out of your wallet. I honestly don't consider those video games. They're not toys. They're cash printers, which is why I refuse to play them. But that's just me. You will pay someone 30 USD to help you set up a functioning fort in 1 hour. Go to my YouTube channel and watch my beginner Let's Play. And then come back and give me $30. Skinner boxes? Yep. I mean, I refuse to play them because I have the kind of brain that would want to spend all my money on it. So I just refuse to. So he is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism and is disturbed by this. As someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He feels hatred towards anyone and everything after being forced to endure the decay of a spouse in 253 and drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty and the suggestion of effort being required. He feels helping others is an imposition on his time and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and enjoys being in crowds. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and is assertive. He has a greedy streak. Jesus, this dwarf. And he is assertive. He has a greedy streak, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he can handle stress, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and often is cheerful. Bullshit. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. Jesus Christ, this dwarf. Personally sees competition as reasonably important, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of creating a great work of art. It does sound like a high-ranking officer, yeah. Definitely sounds like a militia commander. Nil likes Galena, steel, tapazolite, crystal glass, hornbill tooth, and the color pale blue. Warhammers and backpacks and cabinets and rings and water buffalo for their wallowing. Just like the screams of his enemies. And the sight of the jewel of tenacity, when possible, prefers to consume plum wine and one-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates toads. He's uneasy after being unable to acquire something, and he's wearing steel almost entirely, and bronze chain leggings and a steel spear. Ever seen an alcohol a dwarf that doesn't? That's not a dwarf. They're lying about what they are if they don't need alcohol to get through the working day. Or they're a vampire, one of the two. They like Warhammer. Yes, they do in fact like Warhammer. Spends all of his extra dwarf bucks on, plastic crap. Plastic crack? Actually, what do people call Warhammer these days? I'm the only reason you can do anything in this game? Really? Wow. Thank you. I don't know if that's a good thing, but... God, it's gonna be a pain to dig from down here all the way up. Let's see. That could work, but... go through that. I may actually have to like redirect it a couple times. Neither do I. No, I certainly don't. I mean, there's a point with numbers, I think, where do not take this seriously. But if you could punch someone through a monitor, it would be me. I'm insufferable. I have a question. Why do you tell somebody not to take something seriously and then you tell them something really insulting? What part of your brain makes you think that is something, like, totally fine? Also, that's fine. You'll get over it, I'm sure. Like, you just, like, say, don't take something seriously, and then you threaten the person with assault. Like, what? What's wrong with you? Rewire your brain, please. How can you turn a tile into dirt in order to create an underground farm? You have to dump water on it first, so you can use a pump or buckets. Please, chat, be kind. Chat's not always going to be kind. It's the way of the internet. You learned animal training today? That's good. But can you make pickles in this game? No, you can't. But things are put into barrels. So stuff that's put into barrels doesn't go bad. So it's kind of the same effect. Wait, am I clicking on the wrong button? I, in fact, am. We're gathering plants. Yeah, it is the most polite, unhappy person. It's like, that's fine if you think I'm insufferable. Why would you torture yourself with watching so many of my videos then? Like, if you think I'm insufferable, watch somebody else. Like, there's other people on the internet you could watch. My crossbow squad is not picking up bolts for some reason. It's because they can't pick up multiple kinds of bolts. They can only have one kind of bolts in their quiver at a time. And there's no way to assign bolt types in the game right now, which is, I think, what's causing people so many problems. I think it's more likely the opposite, that they just hate my voice. It seems like a chill channel. It's generally a pretty chill channel, I would like to think. The best DF streamer you found so far? That means a lot, friend. I just bite on negativity. Nobody's perfect. How kobolds avoid trades when even a weasel triggers it? Because they're trap avoid. Certain critters are trap avoid. So with crossbow bolts, dwarves can't equip multiple types of crossbow bolts. So let's just say they've got iron crossbow bolts in their quiver. They can't put bronze crossbow bolts in their quiver because they already have iron. In this version of the game, for some reason, there's no way to equip multiple types of bolts. Once you have bolts, you just have bolts, and those are the bolts you get, and you don't get new bolts. And I don't know why you can't equip different kinds of bolts, which is very, very, very silly and drives me a little nuts. So if they're not equipping crossbow bolts, it's probably because they have like one wooden bolt in their thing, and they can't equip other ones. So my advice would be to forbid all kinds of bolts except for the one that you want them to use. Can you equip multiple quivers? No. At least, I don't think so. Silver doesn't have any benefit against were creatures. Were creatures are just strong motherfuckers. And military schedules work. Fun fact, there's actually like a full explanation of how military scheduling and routes and patrols things work on the KitFox YouTube channel that I recorded for them like a year and a half ago. For now, the fix is you can disband your squad and re-enable a squad with a crossbow uniform and then never change the uniform again. That helped you? Yeah, that's another thing that you can do. Disbanding and rebuilding the squad almost always works. If you can't get them to equip something. Oh god, we got a ghost. What? Do I have a body somewhere that's not buried? I guess so. Hold up. All right. Well, looks like I need to engrave a slab. Hold on. No, I need to engrave a slab, not make a rock slab. Ghost, 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 ghost. There's the ghost. Urist. Of course it's a Urist. It's always a Urist. Are the graves all full? Nope. They are not. Cheers, Diamond. Happy to help. Oh, there we go. Found somebody dead. Okay. I know I've had a couple dwarves go nuts, so it might be that. You know, it's like there are some real pissy dwarves in this fort, but the majority are just so happy, I'm not too worried about it. All right, so this up here is going to be my library. Let's just get this smoothing. I'm sorry, is there a single tile of something else? Oh, I see, it's the floor that I built. Yeah, as far as biting on negativity goes, that's something that I've been working to improve over the last few years. And generally, I do. And I have. But, you know, nobody's perfect. Is this a bug? Why do archers use crossbows and bows like ranged and bow? Because they have access. So they will, because of how quickly combat moves, in order to stop them from just using them like a blunt force trauma object, they need to be behind fortifications. And the fortifications need to be high enough off the ground that they don't want to jump through the fortifications to then go fight. So they have to be like 2 Z levels above ground in battlements for them to not use them as melee weapons. It could be considered a bug. It's more just a quirk of how the AI works. Or cross custom ranged equip doesn't? Yeah, I would just use the default squads. But it won't show you available makeable items? Because you have to know what you have available in order to make items. It's not a matter of these items are available. It's you can queue up items and program in items to be made that you don't have the materials to make yet. So it's giving you access to things that quite literally you can't make yet. So that you can program up jobs if you want to. It gives you some pretty advanced options. Your default equips are gone. Did you delete them? Because they'll be there if you just started a new fort, but you must have deleted them if they're gone. Sambo19, thank you for the prime. I know there's no way to get them back, so don't delete them. My actual advice is just don't use ranged squads. You don't need them. Generally. There's almost no situations where you need them. You're glad that my YouTube channel is blowing up? It's very, very, well, anxiety-inducing, but also awesome. It's been a wild week for me. Well, you can use them, but they're fucky, and you need to accept that they're fucky, right? Like, they need to be above ground. They need to be in battlements. They need to be locked in with their ammunition. They need to have pretty precise setups in order to use them. Thank you. Goodbye, Sober Daisy. Or Days. What about figuring out Forgotten Beasts with some poisonous deadly gas? That's just a matter of experimentation and hoping you don't get up against the wrong Forgotten Beast. Otherwise, you're just gonna die. I'm gonna make another pen pasture. We're gonna pasture our pigs down here. Just pigs, because pigs don't need to be pastured outside. Poor pigs? What's poor about them? They're coming inside. They're lucky pigs. It's a lot of pigs? Yep. I'm gonna be making cheese. Speaking of bears, we have a one grizzly bear cub, as well as some black bear cubs. Look at that. Lovely. I let them train around the clock until they're skilled blunder, and then they get like at the very least like spear or shields dwarfs or whatever, and then I set them to on and off training with keeping their uniforms on. King and queen of your faction decided to abandon their home and come live with you, bringing artifacts and 5 legendary military dwarves. Fuck yeah, dude. That's how I feel whenever like chat says something mean to me, Orange. Is there a difference between this game and its previous version? You're new to the game and you've lurked a couple of your streams and you're trying to find Don't find me negative in any way. Well, thank you. I mean, this is like a new patch. Think about it this way. It's like a patch for an MMO that you play, right? It's like they changed all the UI, shit's in different places. I can't find the, I can't find my hotbar, and where did you change my hotkeys to? But aside from that, it's still the same game, right? So it's like, is it different? Well, I mean, visually, yeah. Control-wise, yeah. Under the hood, still the same game. Which is why it was really frustrating for a very brief period of time when I first started messing with this version, because it was like, there we go, we can get rid of that ghost now. Because it was like kind of a test of my own patience of, well, how much change am I willing to tolerate, followed by, oh, it's actually just still the exact same game, so. Annoyances goes away pretty quick. That's a lot of piggies. Yep, a lot of pigs and a lot of piglets. We're going to be making pig cheese. And we're going to be slaughtering pigs for bacon. Considering we embarked with like 4, that's pretty good. Lava filling. Looks good. Sweet. Ghosts have been put to rest. But you make a lot of salt and salted pork with those pigs? Well, salt isn't a preservative in Dwarf Fort. Whoop. Old Zwari! I don't know if you're in chat. I think you are. You just gone to go make an artifact. There you are. Regis. Automate bacon with magma. I would just make dead pigs. I wouldn't automate anything. You claim a craft store shop. You grab 2 dolomite boulders. A granite boulder. From that spot that we're building, that first spot, from that reservoir up to the surface up here. I haven't counted how many layers it is yet. 200 pop cap. Lurking Spud, thanks for the prime. You're having trouble with with filthy elves and humans. We should give those elves a shower if they're so filthy. They steal your artifacts. Is there any good way to protect them, or do you need to keep murdering thieves? I would build a vault, and I would put some sort of guard animal in the vault so that the animals witness all the crimes for you and inform you of the crimes as they're happening. And I would also assign them to your nobles. So if you have like a king or a mayor or somebody, assign the ones that you really don't want to lose to them, and they will wear them and carry them around with them, which I can do right now to show you what I mean. Like the captain of the guard told us here, if I click on this little crown over here, I can be like, all right, you're going to carry this mug. So that it, or not, and just so that it doesn't get stolen. From debris and rocks chunks, probably quantum stockpiling, or alternatively, mine carts. Like, actually, I can deconstruct this minecart route now. Basically done. It's not needed anymore. That are just big stockpiles to remove the stuff that you don't need. What is the hammerer? So the captain of the guard is like in charge of making sure nobody commits crimes. The hammerer's job is to carry out the beatings of people who commit crimes. The X and XX, it means the amount of degrading. The bolder and the more X's they are, the more degraded they are. Double bold X is the most degraded before it falls apart. No problem, Vox. Hello, you finally caught me live on Twitch. Hell yeah. Your videos, you watched my videos, bought the game, and now you're trying your 3rd fort. Everything went fine up until now, but you tried to sell elves wood, and now they're and you'll see about how long your fort can live in peace and keep up the good streams. Just build some doors and lock them if baddies show up. But yeah, elves can be kind of a pain like that. They don't like buying animal products, so food, and they also don't like buying anything that includes trees or wood. What's the longest for it I have? I had long death. You can type an exclamation point long death into the chat and look at the playlist. It's a long playlist. Like a very, very long play. It's twice as long as One Piece. Evening. Kandar. Also, hi, Parkside. Q, you got a strange mood. The dwarf believed that he didn't have the items he needed, but you're pretty sure he did. Items 2 bars, 2x cloth gem, rock, and a block, and dwarf stopped after the first gem. So it's possible that they wanted a specific type of gem. It's possible they wanted a cut gem and not a rough gem, and maybe you only had rough or you only had cut gems. It's possible that they wanted a specific type of metal. It's possible that they wanted a specific type of fabric, like say if you only have cloth fabric and they want yarn or silk, that could trip it up. So there's a lot of things that can trip that up. No, I knew that he already had everything he wanted, Papoyak, because he was working secretly, which means he had everything he needed. You heard that from a friend? I can tell you for a fact they don't like anything made out of intelligent creatures, but dwarves also don't like those, so those would be bad to keep around in general. I accepted a petition for a guild hall, but you can't remember if it's a farmer or a planter hall. So when you're selecting it to assign the hall, only the formed guild halls will have like the full name that pop out. So if you've already built one, check the one that you've already built and see what it is, and then see which one has at least 10 members and is popping out on the side with a little, there's a guild formed box. Because if it doesn't have that, oh, there's a guild formed box, then there you go. Yeah, but they're only 20 minutes each, Eddie. But that's how you differentiate from which ones you need to build. They won't use something else. If they want a specific type of cloth, they will not settle for anything but that specific type of cloth. I've definitely had artifacts in the past that failed to be made because I had yarn cloth and plant cloth, and they wanted giant cave spider silk cloth. So it's like, there's only so much you can do. Sometimes you will just lose artifacts. Like, I've lost artifacts because I didn't have shells, or because I didn't have, like, the right kind of metal, which wasn't accessible in my map, and I wasn't going to get traders for 6 months. Yeah, they're 5 to 12 hours, actually. The longest ones are 12 hours, because I stream for pretty long periods of time. Does the training bug still work? Like, you put dwarves in a closed room? It hasn't worked since, like, 2014, really. You can still do it, but all that will happen is dwarves will just explode into, like, puddles of blood.
Thanks for the answer. Keep up the awesome work.
Very, very useful for training your doctors, though. Not really. It'll actually just kill a lot of dwarves. Thank you for the $3. Apex Rex, no problem. You didn't have to tip me for that, but appreciate it. What do you generally do with artifacts or sell them? I generally, or now, actually, I appoint them to my nobles. But previously, I used to put them... Previously, I used to put them on on pedestals to increase the value of rooms, where dwarves would see them so that they don't get stolen too often. New Dwarf Fortress schedule? Yes, because of the excitement around the game, and so I'm benefited by streaming as much as possible, but I am slowly working my way back to the old schedule, and I'm almost back there now. Although I'm not going back to 3 days a week. I'm going to be doing 4. We're going to stream on Sundays with optional streams on Saturdays, and I'm going to be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and the reason I'm still going to be lighter on streams on the weekend is because that's when I go camping, and I want to be able to go camping still, and, you know, like, go snowshoeing. My 12, like, I've missed 3 possible snowshoeing trips because I've been streaming, man. Come on. Like, I can't touch ice because there's no grass to touch, because fucking good luck finding grass up a mountain in the winter. But I've missed so many snowshoeing trips, man. It's sad. I want to go outside. But yeah, DeBerries, thank you very much for the 29 months, and ST Jimmy, thanks for the prime. Cheers. What, the sound effect? Oh, the explosion sound. No, the explosion sound is a tip coming in. Chat, I need to use the restroom. When I get back, I will read the description of this artifact. I will be right back. Please behave yourselves and spam beer.
everyone! Sandwich!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
And who would say a thing like that? Seems like some unhinged crazy person. Jesus. All right, I return. Old Zwari, a stonecrafter, has created Lashon Emen, a dolomite amulet, and offers it to the river blades of Riverdance. Well, how kind of you, dwarf. This is a dolomite amulet. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron. This object menaces with spikes of dolomite and granite and iron. On the item is an image of shock rings, the animal of conjections, the ginkgo wood bucket in hemp. All right, well, let's assign that lovely artifact to our mayor. So now they're carrying 2 rings and a crown. This checks out. You're allowed to like what you like, and I'm allowed to yell about things for the entertainment of other people, which is what that command is for. So, chat, I have a question. Do we all die when I get 2,020 subscribers points? Because we're at 2,008 right now. we're currently in the subscriber financial crisis. And we're getting hit by kobolds again. That's fine, they'll run away. All right, so that's when we're in the future, and anything is possible, right? So this is where we need to pump. I just need to find a spot. God, I'm gonna need so many layers. Animal had to be the one to do it. Thanks, Ming. All hail the mods. And thanks for the 10 gifts. And or the insane. You must be insane. Truly. That kind of generosity. Alright, that would work. What over here? Well, something I am going to need to do is we're just going to do this. We're going to set up some lava forges. It's going to take a sec. But I'm going to use this specifically for making parts. Just so that I don't need to worry about... I do not want to worry about having to use charcoal anymore. Starting to get a little finicky. So, this is going to save us from having to use charcoal. What does lava do? Burn? This is true, yes. Lava does, in fact, burn. It's going to take a little bit for this to fill up, though. So, Ender the Insane, thank you very much for the 10 pack of gift subs. And Animal, thanks for the 12. You guys are ludicrously kind. You can create steam and obsidian spritz. As far as does that do anything, I'm not sure what you mean by what does that do anything. Instead of stealing one artifact, thieves will steal your entire mare. Not gonna lie, that would be incredible. If that happened, I would be so happy. Dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. Another insane dwarf. That would genuinely be incredible if that happened. I would laugh so hard. Bear only goes missing if you have a lot of honey, though. Okay, so we're going to do that, that, and that. And I'm going to make a iron bar stockpile right here. So this is going to be for metal bars, specifically iron.
At Blendy RL, so instead of stealing one artifact, thieves will steal your entire mare.
Tropic Communist, what kind of dwarf do you want? You got here from YouTube. Welcome here from YouTube. Jacob. Steel anvils. Use Gabbro. Steel anvils. Gabbro. Iron. Steel anvils. Gabbro. Steel anvils and Dolomite Magma safe chat. Somebody want to look this up for me? Like 90% sure that it is, but Cave-in will kill anything that it lands on. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. We'll be using Dolomite then for these. We'll be using Dolomite. I'm also going to check what kind of mechanisms we have currently. All Dolomite except for that one rock salt one. We'll dump that one. Okay. Let's just make rock mechanisms. 2,000. 200 Dolomite mechanisms. There is no Steam technology in the video game at this time. I don't even know if that's planned. I don't think it is. Rock bookcase. 50 of those. Start off by placing some tables and chairs up here. Remove those on the end. Do this kind of nice little pattern thingy. It'll be fine. Well, this up here is going to be our library. Thanks, Aqua. I would put them, I wouldn't dismiss them from military. I would put them on staggered training. Like, this squad needs to go into staggered training. This one doesn't just yet. But, like, I'm going to put this squad onto, or actually, they're already on staggered training. So they train 3 months and then they get 3 months off. And during those 3 months off, they can then go craft, do whatever they need to do. So you want to be a animal tamer? Tropic communist? I'm assuming. Sweet. All right. Tourist McCommy, just so I remember who you are. Spelled that right, I think. You are 102 years old. You have a spouse, two lovers, and 6 children. Wow, big family. Your wife is in the fort. Your lovers are not. An elven caravan has arrived to trade. Well, look at that. Lovely. Personality-wise, he very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings after becoming a parent in 254. He is troubled by this since he holds romance in low regard. He is very quick to anger, and he can be happy and optimistic. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He often acts with compassion, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is trustworthy, and he's trusting, and He's uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is trusting, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He is quite ambitious, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He tends to avoid crowds, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. And he is troubled by his nature since he values harmony, and he tends to consider what others think of him. And he tries to keep things orderly. Tries to keep his things orderly, and he likes a little excitement now and again. And he is conflicted by this since he considers tranquility preferable to tumult, conceptually. And he tries to get things done perfectly. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Conflicted about having family, that's interesting. Personally values tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. Values independence and doesn't particularly care between war and peace. And he likes claystone, iron, and aquamarine, and mothercap wood, and green glass and amulets and guinea fowls for their social nature, and the sound of the owl of rains, and the sight of secrets, and the secrets of right. And when possible, he prefers to consume fire imp. I don't know how. And peach cider. Aren't they just made of fire? How do you eat fire imp? I legit thought that those were just made of fire. Very conflicted dwarf. I like complicated conflicted dwarves. Very good focus, complete fiction. That's the part that's wrong about it. Knew that something was off. All right, let's go down here. Let's go trade with these elves. See what they brought. Got a couple gems I can sell them. Toasty! Pretty much. Can dwarves fish in lava? No. Are the unicorns still around? We've had a couple wander through, but I haven't caught any in my cages. Why am I looking at random screens that are unrelated? Currently, it's just some wild turkeys and a wild fox that's on the map. But they've come and gone a couple of times. Mussel shells take up 70% of your global stockpile. Crush them with a drawbridge. Or make them into crafts and sell them. Your last fort was just destroyed by were mammoths. Oh no. By were mammoths after your entire trade caravan turned inside my... Oh, that's... Yep. That'll happen. Can you tame dragons? Yep, sort of. Also, were mammoths are terrifying because mammoths only exist in the were form. And dwarf in fell mood, kill not a dwarf from the fort, but an elven poet in the tavern. I actually don't know. I was always under the impression that they only go after a dwarf in the fort, but I don't know. I've never seen them kill somebody else. Now that I think about it. Are caravans guaranteed in an embark, or is there only one, or perhaps more? I think there's it's 2 guaranteed, and then after that it's just depends. But Eli is here, chat, so we gotta read about Eli. The forgotten beast Eli has come, a great quadruped composed of galena. Oh, that's actually fucking terrifying. It has a square shell and a bloated body, beware its webs, and the dwarf that is bouncing through the UI here. That is actually horrific. Kind of looks badass, though. Man, I want to capture you. All right, let's see if we can catch it. I just need to make a really long tunnel. To catch it, obviously. How do I keep it so low? I'm not intentionally keeping it low. I've been trying to raise it. What? Why do people always assume I'm trying to keep it low? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh shit, it's going after Jabberers. That poor Jabber. This Jabber. God, that thing's terrifying looking. Oh my god. Well, that Jabber is dead. How will this work? We're gonna, well, very carefully. That's how this is gonna work. Bye, Sharona, is the reality. But essentially the way this is going to hopefully work is I'm going to get it stuck behind a drawbridge right here with fortification in front of it. And then we will plant some livestock, probably piggies, in front of it, lower the drawbridge, and then watch it do that. Oh, if you're asking specifically about how can you do that, you can set population caps in the settings menu. It's under game settings. Yeah, sorry about misreading that question. Thanks, Clino. Nemo, thank you very much for the raid. Some migrants arrived. Would you look at that? Thank you very much for the linkses. I hope that you had a very chill stream. Were you playing Dwarfs? I saw you playing this earlier, so. Chat, go click on that heart. Do it, you won't. Follow more Dwarf streams. Make more people stream Dwarfs. Keep the Linksys safe from Eli? Yes, we'll have to. Unless it's a Linksys router, in which case then that's fine. It can get... The last Linksys router I had burnt itself out pretty quickly, unfortunately. More streams to use Double Dwarf. Double Dwarf down under. Fear the Double Dwarf. It's like, can I interest you in Large Dwarf? It's like, so you've seen Small Dwarf, and Small Dwarf is cool and all, but can I interest you in Large Dwarf? I keep giving large amounts of value to the mountain homes, so yeah, we're getting big migrant waves. I'm trying to become the mountain home after all. But Modisu, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Enjoy the Large Dwarf. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Big Boy? He's here to show you his big guns. It's like, so you played Dwarf Fortress, but have you played Long Dwarf Fortress? I'm not even sure where I'm going with these lines anymore. Animal, thanks for gifting a sub to Nemo. You're getting a little goofy here, man. So, to those asking how will this work, essentially the way this will work is I'm going to have a lot of doors in this hallway, and we're going to very carefully let it in. Animal, thanks for gifting a sub to Nemo. Alexanderola, thanks for the Prime. And Aaron Hawkeyes, thank you very much for the Prime. If you can't handle me at my worst, you can't handle me at my best. Is that what we're doing with this, Sem? Thank you. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the stuffs on YouTube. And audio, thanks for $2.50. Cheers, man. Looks like we're missing shirts. How are we doing for cloth, actually? I haven't been paying attention. Not great. All right, well. Let me just remind myself where I put... Wow. The elves didn't even bring anything of use. Well, I'll trade a little bit. Or if you go do other things. Process plants, do on repeat. Process plants, do on repeat. Fun in my tunnel. There's a sex joke in there. I mean, it seems like a miner was fighting. I forgot. Oh, well, yeah, no, you are correct. It did make it in. Well. Sam Taxagon, thanks for gifting out 5 subs. It appears that we dug through that bottom thing at the thing. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. What is indeed happening? Well, might as well unqueue this, because this ain't working. And also might as well unqueue this over here, because that also ain't happening. And then also we can turn this on and be like, all right, dwarves, get upstairs to the ones that, you know, are assigned to that burrow. This burrow can be made go away. Although here's like the actual reality. You need to turn around there, dwarf. We might still be able to catch it. We do have a fun emote for this, chat. We do, in fact. I see where I dug through the edge. Man, I'm kind of annoyed with myself that I did that. I guess we just, like, didn't see that chunk of the caverns, which is possible. All right. You should turn around, and if you don't, you're just a dum-dum. Turns out so is Eli, so that's fine. Is there a particular reason you insist on standing right there? Fun. Shout out to your YouTube series. Shout out to your YouTube series. They've helped a lot with getting started. I'm glad that they've helped. So you run away.
I have large quantities of stuff, but I'm still learning the basics, and in a blink of an eye I have 190 dwarf. Is there a endgame way to restrict migrants?
If you go to the settings menu, and you go to games, and you scroll down, and you scroll down, and you scroll down, and you go to... There's a strict population cap button in here somewhere. One of these settings. There it is. Strict population cap. Includes births. By default, it's 220. You can set that number to whatever you want. If you want to have 40 dwarves, you can set it to just 40. Just to do that all the time. All right, so it looks like Etur and Nil have just decided to go die. Although, what I have to do now is I have to go to standing orders. Labor, standing orders, signs of forbidding. Automated jobs. Automatically collect webs. Let's turn that off. And this is getting a little hairy. Okay. I mean, if you really... Okay. Well, sucks to be you, I suppose. Hey! A fishery worker guild. Just what I needed. Thought I didn't allow fishing in this fortress. Ziltra's coming up here. Well, you know, if you really want to walk that way. Now it can't get in. So it's now locked out. So what I can do now is I can put a door here. Because they can't topple doors. I do need to forbid this, though. You are indeed allowed to ask questions regarding my YouTube tutorials. No, they are not door breakers. Trolls are, but Megabeasts usually are not. But thank you very much for the hype train, chat room. Cheers. Sam Daxagon for checking out the 5 community subs, as well as Mr. Tapok with the 5 community gift subs. You guys are very kind. And you know how I said that I would get a Dwarf Fort, like an OG Dwarfy tattoo if we hit 2,000 subs? Anyway, we're at 1,993, so just saying. I will get a dwarf icon from OG Dwarfs tattooed onto my body. No, you guys don't get to select where if we hit 2,000. And we're only... Well, we're less than 10 away, so. Cyanide Jack, thanks for checking out that community sub. And Morao with the with the Prime. And thanks for the 10-pack. And Adan, 5 from Nemo, the Prime from Dorimo, and Apex Rex with the 10. Not forehead. No, it's gonna go on my leg. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's gonna go on my leg. But thank you much, guys. I am getting another tattoo, which is fun. I've wanted another tattoo for a while. And I need to find a tattoo artist to work on this. So this will be a good opportunity for that. Butt cheek? No. Butt's off limit. Butt's off limit. You can get one on your butt cheek, though. Maybe we could be matching in that case. Break the streamer. It takes a lot to break me. 2024. Chat, we skipped 2020. We're safe. We're at 2024 subs. I need coffins, so I'm just going to make like a dozen of those. And we're going to queue up this door. We're going to try and just lock this thing in. So I have to make a fishery guild, which is hilarious, but I will definitely do that. Eyeball tattoo? Ah. Even thinking about that makes my pain. Spider Megabeast. Thanks for the subscription. For a 5th month, welcome back. Grom with the Prime as well. And I can't remember if I said thanks to Nemo for the 5-pack, so thanks Nemo for the 5-pack. And Grom, thanks for the 5-pack as well as the Prime. Armpit tattoo? No, thank you. But I will get a Dwarf Fort tattoo. That would be quite hard now. In order to break the streamer, I think I would need to hit 10,000 subs today. I'm almost immune to people's kindness these days, which is weird, but... Tolis, thanks for checking out a gift. 2030 subs. You can just dig straight down, yeah. Why is nobody coming to build door? Dwarfs, you wall. It's literally paused right now. But I shouldn't be... That's a big number, Orange. Also, what even is my sub points count now? What even is it? 2,078. Fuck me. Alright, so I need to stop like marveling at money and play this video game. Where's this door job? It's not even listed. What? Until the next emote? So there is actually a sub goal down beneath the stream, which should just tell you when the next one is, but it's 2,200. It's 200 sub points per emote now. So Zaltra has been missing for a week.
Remove everything that's good from it. The seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it. And just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it in shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
I mean, I have a video on my YouTube channel about how to dig through light aquifers if you're interested. Alright, so now I need to turn this on. I need to wait for Critter to come back. Come here, big guy. Floating guts ichor. Ooh. Oh, hey, unicorns are back. So now we wait. This is me trying to trap a forgotten beast. I love light aquifers. Having light aquifers are fun. I really enjoy having a light aquifer in a fort. Unsuccessfully trying to trap a forgotten beast. Are they always at a specific depth? Nope, they're based on the depth of the world and rainfall, actually. Hordes of dogs and cats, should I call them just for FPS's sake? Another one? So this time it's a donkey? That sounded like perfect along with the music, Kodiak. All right, the were-donkey sacred brain Githa Kendamanther has come. A very large donkey twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow green. Its brown hair is short and even. You will know why you fear the night. It's a were-ass, chat. All right, well, let's lock this door. Let's find this donkey. Please tell me it's not already in my fort. Phew, it's not already in my fort. All right, lock the gates. I don't care if anybody's outside. Okay, were-donkey, kind of scary. Also kind of amazing looking. Thanks, animal, for providing ass. Who's a legendary doctor? I mean, we should find a... I mean, he's a sacred brain, which means he's some sort of, you know, knight or a religious figure. Obsessed with order and structure. You have so many subs, but that's your only butt emote? I'm trying to think of the joke for it. That's one hairy ass. I love its teeth. I'm just tweeting out a picture of this because I'm a problem. All right, so it can't get inside now, but it did topple my wagon. You monster. Personality. It is obsessed with order and structure in its own life, everything kept in its proper place. It is often sad and dejected and can be very single-minded. It is very rarely moved by curiosity and he's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he's conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is quick to form negative views about things and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He enjoys the company of others and tends to consider what others think of him. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he doesn't often feel envious of others, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He can sometimes act without deliberation and could be considered rude. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he is conflicted by this as he disdains that sort of concealment. And he is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he doesn't seek out excitement, and he is conflicted by this as he feels intellectually life should be more tumultuous. Personally, he doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of being a legendary warrior. He's from the Union of Dining. He's the enemy with almost everybody. And his religion is the learned sect, and he is the sacred brain of the learned sect. So he's some sort of, like, pastor or pope or something. And now he's killing a dog. Wow, that poor dog! Holy fuck, dude! Yes, they will kill each other. And he's now a naked man. Goodbye, naked man. Good luck with your future endeavors, I suppose. Although, I am going to unlock these. We're going to go hit him. Confirm! Kill! Sure, my dwarves are running after him. We'll see if he makes it off the map. But this other soldier just walks past. Not part of my fort, just a visitor. Well, I mean, he's gonna have to dress something. Because he can't dress himself, apparently. No, they can't infect your dwarves in non-wear form. But it happens once a month, so... Oh, hey, look, he found a bunch of unicorns. And he made it off the map. All right, well, we may see him again. All right, let's see. Where did our basement critter go? I really should be, like, fucking with bedrooms and shit and not, like, messing around in the cavern lair. Also, hi, Neil. How's things, man? The sacred brain and winning again. He's best friends with Megamind, you know? All right, so let's just make sure that this is enabled, which it is. Make some bedrooms? Oh, I absolutely should be. I need to... I love that I can just, like, rebind keys and actually play this the way I'm used to playing it. It was nice. Alright, you, down to here. Well, at least, I was about to say, I need to pasture an animal down here to bait the Forgotten Beast in, but I guess I don't. Oh, please don't tell me you just found your owner. This cat has an iron will, but poor focus and poor ability to manage or understand social relationships. Yep. Yeah, that checks out. All right, so I'm going to be an ass. Sorry, kitty. I need beast bait. I mean, it's a kitten. Of course it's not lusty. Where's big guy at? No big guy? Come on. I should be pumping lava, not waiting. Grumble. Head modes? What mode is this? This is Fortress mode. This is the most popular mode and the main one that's in the game right now. There's also Adventure mode, which is a single-player open-world RPG variant, where instead of building a fortress of dwarves, you explore the world as a single character or group of characters. All right, well, Beastie's vanished. Chat, do we just fight it? We could just go kill it. What do you think? No problem, Mike RPG. Someone actually got mad at me for showing this. Like, how dare you make tutorials about exploits? It's like, I don't know. Trap it, fight, trap it, capture, fight, fight, fight. It's not a spider. It's a quadruped. Chat says fight. All right, we'll fight. And a kid was born. Woo, baby. Literally. Oh, it's fighting with a troll. Let's follow the beastie. Is. Eli Torment scarred the hellish subtlety of terror. Didn't feel anything while in conflict. Didn't feel anything while experiencing trauma. Is tough. Tough and healthy. We're finding our dwarves dead. Turns out the cat didn't inform us of the dead dwarves. Feeling it's gonna come flying down this way. Oh, here it is. All right, so we're gonna play this a few turns at a time, chat. It begins. Do I have iron or steel? Entirely steel weapons, yep. All right, so the first dwarf to get into the fight is Fath, who says, I am separated from Asa bridged nature. I cannot give in to sadness. Well, looks like Astro Hunter over here has been... Chat, can I get a big round of beers for this big old dwarf fight, by the way? Big wall of beers. And also, my bot just likes beer and will repost beer if you post beer, but many different languages works as just the word beer with no exclamation point or anything, as well as HS Cheers, the beers emoji, the beer emoji, and all of that jazz. So one dwarf is webbed, who says, in the midst of conflict, I must press on, is stressed and webbed. If I actually look at the fight logs itself, the Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast with his steel spear, chipping it. And the Spear Dwarf fast says, this is my fight too, this might require an answer. The Spear Dwarf kicks the Forgotten Beast in the left rear leg with his left foot, but it glances away. That must hurt, because it is made of galena. The rest of the dwarves jump in. We do have blood on the ground, meaning we've probably already lost a dwarf. Potentially. I will close this, actually. The Spear Dwarf Astro Hunter is fighting. Okay, that's for Goblin Bowman a while ago. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg with his steel spear, and so he's right here. Whose blood is that? Pool of dwarf blood. Oh, that's not good. The Spear Dwarf kicks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his left foot. Let's move a few turns forward as more dwarves pile into the fray. We don't seem to have any corpses on the ground just yet, but there is plenty of dwarven blood on the ground. We're going to need to finish building our hospital that we started building and didn't finish. Esm says, I must withdraw. I must withdraw. I must withdraw. The swords dwarf stabs the goblin in the head with her steel spear, chipping the muscle and fracturing the skull through the iron helm. Oh, wait, no, that was a goblin crossbowman. I'm just going to stick with the Forgotten Beast combat log. The Spear Dwarf kicks the Forgotten Beast in the head with her right foot, but the attack glances away. The Force pulls the neck. Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right lower leg with her spear, chipping it. Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper left foot with her steel spear, chipping it. And the Force twists the left front leg. We're going to let that play out a little bit. Jump up to the top here, scroll down. Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her steel spear, chipping it. Let's see how you feel about this currently. In the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. You're stressed and webbed. Our dwarf here, Az, says, I cannot stand by. This might require an answer. It's a cute little pokey stick you got there. What is that? Is that a short sword? It's a short sword. Short swords look adorable. What the fuck? Sweet. Anyway, so our critter here is still healthy. Wounds-wise, it's lost its vision. It can't see. It has no evaluated wounds, but it may be incredibly tough, but it has lost a foot. So we're 1 foot in the winning side on this right now. The upper body, his upper body is broken, and its upper body is cut open. Its left front leg is broken, and its left front leg is cut open. Its right front leg is broken, and its right front leg is cut open. Its left rear leg is broken, and its left rear leg is, well, cut open. Its left rear foot is broken, and you get it. We're going to unpause the game a little bit, and there it goes. So the final hits. The Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his steel spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Stabs it in half. Vengeance, I say. Was it Esm that got it? Nope, it wasn't Esm. Who did get it then? Nope, wasn't you. There you go. Fath the Spear Dwarf. The first one in combat was the one that got the killing blow. What do you have to say for yourself here, Dwarf? Your wife is also... His wife's also in the fort and is also in the military. That's kind of awesome. Says, I have improved my fighting, and that was satisfying. And he is satisfied upon improving conflict. What a grand dwarf. So... Lead and silver is what I'm going to nickname this dwarf, because that beast was made of lead and silver. Galena. Can I turn that Forgotten Beast into a hat? Potentially, but because it was made of metal, I don't think so. And they named their spear Lead and Silver. The Spear Dwarf has bestowed the name Marul Niles. Niles upon a steel spear. Also, A Kind Rum. Thanks for gifting out a sub. And Crayon Caribou. Thanks for subscribing at Tier 1. So we have a dwarf here that's seriously injured. So we are going to do two things real quick. I'm going to turn off the burrow. And I'm going to jump to a dwarf with no job. And we are going to really quick actually just make this into a hospital. So let's just go here. Let's go right, meeting area, duh. I know how to do this. I made a tutorial on it. Definitely know how to do this. And we're gonna make this into a hospital. And then under here, I need a chief medical dwarf assigned, so let's assign a chief med dwarf. Hey, I do have one dwarf, Old Zwari, who's a novice diagnoser, who's going to be the chief med dwarf. And right here, diagnoser can be Old Zwari. Let's make our manager into the chief doctor, and you into there, just so that we have a few extras. And we need a surgeon, which can be you, because you are a doctor, apparently. And we're going to see if I can place a bit of furniture in here. We're going to put a chest, and we are going to give them a traction bench, because I made one. Can I make two? Nope, just one. And also some tables for surgery. Now we find out if anybody died. Okay, we do have a dwarf running to recover wounded. You just observed your first fight with a minotaur and you were kind of scared, but a random miner went to fight with it with a steel pick, and the miner was like, hit the minotaur in the legs multiple times. Yeah, kneecap him. Kneecap him and down him. Always a good way to go. Dwarf die? Ah. Rest in peace. Sweet dwarf. Soaps, what kind of dwarf do you want? That's pretty good, honestly, for a beast of that caliber. 1, 2 died. Like, that's okay. I can deal with that. 2 deaths. Pretty scary beast. You want to be the surgeon? I mean, that is in character. Also, I have to make a fucking fish workers guild of all things. Dr. Soaps, she is 63 years old. Personality-wise, she's utterly fearless when confronted by danger, to the point of lacking common sense. Yeah. Fair. And she lives a slow-going life and at a leisurely pace, and she lives, and she has strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. She sometimes is cruel, and she likes to brawl. She rarely is happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. And she is slow to trust others, and she is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she takes little interest in joking around and finds herself quite hopeful about the future. Oh, am I still in the wrong scene? Whoops, my bad. Thank you, chat. It's not like I'm showing any particularly revealing information or anything. She personally is greatly... Why are you honking at me? She personally is greatly disturbed by quiet and peaceful existence. Dreams of mastering a skill. She likes Golden Barrel, the color dark olive, breastplates and chains, and yaks for their shaggy hair, and lentil plants for their lens-shaped seeds. And fuck off, Orange. When possible, she prefers to consume herring and dwarven cheese and passion fruit wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. She is a member of the Communion of Blossoms, which is a religion, and is a member of the Farmers Guild. You happy? Yeah, sound commands are for people on Patreon and higher tier subscribers, which is kind of how I paid rent before my stream blew up. And now that my stream's blown up, now it's just to reduce spam. And also because I've always felt that like higher tier subs on like Twitch don't get shit for what they're paying for, so it's my way of actually giving some people some value, you know? You had a group of dwarves die trying to plug a leak in water. Oh, no! But for the price of about $70 a year, you can get those sound. You can just get access to those sound commands, and your name will show up in the credits section of videos that I have credit sections for. So basically, not the super short ones. Found that other spear dwarf dead, and I need more coffins. Who the fuck is Alice? Is this that reference? More magnetite. Oh, pfft. Wow. Well, I guess we're just, like, making... so apparently there's a downwards tunnel going down to this cavern layer, which is kind of awesome. But this dwarf is down here just, like, digging out these stairs, which is fine. It's just kind of funny that they're doing that. I can also just straight up dig through this. Speed up this process a little bit. I've underclocked it, so I'm not going to hit a hard limit on it. Like, so, because I want it to last, because I don't see the point of, like, keeping CPUs at maximum capacity. I'm not that kind of person. Thanks for checking out some more gifts, chat. You guys are absurdly kind. Absurdly kind. You know, it's funny, like, Astet said break the stream earlier. You guys are kind of breaking me. It still hasn't actually occurred to me how much this channel has grown in the last 2 weeks. I think it'll settle in eventually, and then I'll just become a completely insufferable, full of himself famous person. Until then, you still have normal me. Parkside, thanks for the prime sub. Cheers. I know that name from the hot potato. I'm never forgetting that one. What are you doing? Wearing item in stockpile. What item? Oh, we're carrying mangled corpses. Duh. Enjoy it while it lasts? Yeah. I mean, we'll sustain a lot of this, but... will every single one of you still be watching me in a year? Ah, doubtful. I'm too realistic for that. Some of you, though. Certainly. We're gonna place a bunch of cage traps around. Catch any wildlife? I don't know, chat. Do you plan on sticking around and continuing to watch my streams for another couple months? Or years? What do you think? We in this for a bit? I mean, Trizuka, you've already been watching me for a couple years. No, you're already here. Animal, you've been watching me since like 2015. Like, you don't get to say that. All right, another miner's been found dead. From what? Oh, down there. Okay. Got a forgotten beast in your cavern, and they seemingly walked off the map. They're not leaving, they're just hiding. They do like being in areas that the player can't see. You're just hiding from your prior eye. I'm stuck with you? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Exostasis. Well, I mean, here's my impression of what's going to happen to my channel over the next 6 months. I think numbers will drop because excitement will drop, but I was a 50 to 80 viewer streamer before. I think it's perfectly logical to assume that in 6 months we'll be a 500 viewer streamer. Fingers crossed. Which is still like, 500% increase. Yes and no. It depends on the cavern Sean's killing. But the general flora and fauna do get meaner. You'll still be watching. I know you'll still be around, Neil. I mean, I've had lunch with you before. I know you'll still be around. Lady Kelpie, thank you for upping that sub to tier 2. By the way. Means I need to copy a name over here. This is one of my favorite tracks. I've been like listening to this just off stream. It's so good. And bang, you should be able to use the sound commands now. Thanks for hanging out this week. Cheers. Which track is this one? I think it's Expansive Cavern, I think. I've just been listening to them on Spotify. They really did an amazing job with the soundtrack. Yeah, it really is. You don't like that the music doesn't stop when you tab out? You actually don't? You like that feature? I hate it when games do that. When games mute themselves when I tab out, I get so upset. Yeah, I don't think Dwarf Fortress is going to stop being popular anytime soon. And I've survived for years streaming it when it was significantly less played and nobody rated me because I was just this random guy in the corner streaming a game that nobody could understand. Which, kind of gives you some nerd cred, but also makes less people watch. So I had lots of nerd cred before, but not a lot of people watching. And now we actually have a lot of people watching, and we've been very consistently at about 900 to 1,000 concurrents since the game came out, and it hasn't gone down. So, extreme nerd cred? Yeah. I have nerd cred even among nerds. And, the number of followers I'm getting per day has gone down a bit. But, yeah, one of those is a good video game, Novo Tiny, right? Dwarf Fortress is a good video game. The other one is FIFA. All right, so we need to add more dwarves to our squads, I think. We need to get these 2 squads fully stacked. Competent Spear Dwarf. Get you in here. We need a new leader for this squad. I think I'm actually going to take... I think I'm going to take the Dwarf Lead and Silver, who just got 2 kills... who just killed the Forgotten Beast in the other squad and put them in charge of this other squad. Which I think I can do? Yes. Okay. Sweet. So I've taken a dwarf from the main squad and made them the leader of the second squad. We're going to chuck in a few other dwarves. Should also turn auto all webs back on. FIFA isn't a video game, it's a cash grab. Yeah, I agree with that statement. Unfortunately, people who play a lot of games like that don't... It's not that they don't know what they're missing, it's just they don't pay enough attention to the games industry to realize that it's not the normal, I would say something like Modern Warfare is less bad than FIFA, but I think at that point it gets to just apples and oranges. All All right, so let's do this. Sorry, Orange, for comparing you to apples again. I know you don't like that. Yeah, chat, you guys are too kind. I was showing some stats to a friend of mine last night on a video call, and he got a big laugh when he saw my YouTube stats that had all gone up by 999%. Every single one of them. Every single one of them was up by 999%. Also, speaking of fun, more fun. A force that is both vile and dark has arrived. I read that as credit curds, not cards. I was like, cheese curds? All right, so... Now you want curds? Me too. Me too. Let's see. Are they actually attacking? They are actually attacking. They appear to mostly be ranged goblin crossbowmen once again. So I'm going to do what we did for the last squad, which is simply give a kill order. Hold on a second. Okay, never mind. These are goblin names. There's one of them named Burr, which is kind of a sometimes dwarfy name. I was like, wow, they're dwarves? We're making tacos. Ooh, what kind of tacos? And there's also this thief up here because this squad exists to steal children. They're not here necessarily to kill me. Their goal is to simply... go after our kids, right? They're thieves. They're here to kidnap our young and indoctrinate them into goblin. But it appears that Ral is already on the case. Bits and pieces of goblin are flying off the edge. More dwarves come running in. Pieces go flying. The viscera is glorious. As our brave swords dwarf runs ahead, cuts down another goblin. Is terrified while in conflict, but doesn't feel anything after seeing a goblin die. Chases down the hills. Begone fear! Begone fear, she screams. Chasing down through the glorious trees and the bright forests of the serene wilds. That dwarf fell off? Yeah, I know. Shh. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Anyway, speaking of miner who was found dead. Good for you. You did it. I'm just gonna dial in a marker. Chat, remind me to go dig up that body, yeah? God damn it, Astro Hunter. You had one job. Don't fall off the... Anyway, let's get some of these bodies buried, shall we? Balance. Not generally a dwarven superpower. This is a vile force of darkness, by the way. Can you install dwarf suicide nets? Oh, God. That's too Foxconn for me. I don't know, man. Also, that wasn't intentional suicide. That was definitely accidental slip. Or like the Yoshi sound. Don't forget the Fisher Guild. I did. Thank you for reminding me. I wouldn't be surprised if they're pissed at me already, actually. Add new guild hall. As you see, it says no guild established. So there it is. The submerged what? What was the name of that? The submerged oceanic hall is the name of that. Is a very good, like the drowning boys, the drowned ones. It's great. It's like the submerged oceanic hall, eh? So the place where the people who drown go. I think that's enough statues. The submerged oceanic hall. Well, they need their guild hall put together, so we'll get that done if we can. We also need to make more bedrooms. And this right here can be set as multi-tombs now. Falling Dwarf was doing a guild hall hazing ritual? Oh, fuck me, I hope not. The manager, Unal Cold-Blooded, meets with the human high treasurer Uram Abu Thutul, and he says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? And I'm going to say, more bears. You brought bears before. Bring more bears now, thanks. Specifically grizzlies. And black bears. Also, I'm going to get power set up, I think, and make a drowning chamber because I'm a little worried about those sieges. There was an update? Ooh. Is there patch notes? Or was it just a mini update? I think it was just a mini update. Was there? I don't see an update. Was that just somebody saying that there was an update, or was there an update? Anyway, we've requested bears. They want shields and plants for next year. Okay. Oh, no. Jeez, whiz. Here's the thing about Colossi, right? They really fucking tough. Like, genuinely, they really fucking tough. Any animal tamer can work on an animal army, or you can assign them to be specific. Puppet communist. There we go. Sweet. All established. My mayor's been reelected. Still same mayor. Can't export coffins. Well, whatever will we do? All right, so I'm going to make iron pipe section. Or make 150 of them. And I'm going to make iron corkscrews. And we're going to make 150 of them. I don't know if we're going to get the pump stack stuff done today for lava, but what we will do is we will do the thing that I literally just did in my tutorial series, where we are going to be rerouting some water through here for power. And I'm making it a fun shape because fun shapes are more interesting than boring shapes. It's that simple. I don't know. The one thing about the next few months of my streams, chat, just because we were kind of talking about it earlier, that I'm really excited for So I'm really, really, really excited for when I next have Zach and Tarn on the stream. Which is normally something we do every 4 months or so. Zach and Tarn Adams pop on the stream. We take some user questions, which I'm scared about how many I'm gonna get, and then do a live stream. That's gonna be exciting. I'm really curious to see how many people tune in for that. When do you expect that? Probably sometime in February. And I'm going to try. And this will only happen if things work out and all the stars align. But I'm going to try and get the developer of Odd Realm on as well. So we'll hopefully have, like, nothing else, a fun group of people to chit-chat with. Simo wishes to reside here for the reasons of getting rid of monsters. No, thank you. I don't need monster hunters. But what I do need is I need to actually queue up this library as a library because I haven't done that yet. So you right here are going to be a meeting hall library. Really? Why does it do that? Why does it have to, like... This area that has no floor is part of the zone. It's a little annoying. I do miss the fill option, which works in some... Like, the multi one kind of works like the fill option used to. Alright, you here? Done. Okay, you will now be a library. And, yeah, we'll allow visitors. Speaking of floating libraries, Euthyrus, how's that fort that had the dragon attack it going? Just make sure nobody can time them out. Who, Zach and Tarn? What do you mean nobody can time them out? I mean, they'll just be on voice chat with me, so it'd be hard to time out somebody who's just on voice chat. Migrants have arrived. Word of our acclaim spreads. How many dwarves need bedrooms? Not too many, but probably some soon, so I think we're going to go along the top here. Okay, but like, what if somebody makes a voice acting mod where it's just like words are spoken whenever major events happens and we just like put the Darkest Dungeon guy in? So you can have some more interesting events and light mods? Gotcha. How do you define the orientation of the drawbridges trying to raise from north to south and those symbols on the top left? Yeah, so like if you're building a drawbridge, this will raise to the north. Oops. This will raise it to the north. This will raise it to the south. This will raise it to the right. This will raise it to the left. This will just make it retract and disappear. The little gear on the base of the drawbridge is the bottom at which that's the line where it will become a wall. So as you can see, it's going to raise to this way or that way because I'm mirrored. So it's going to go that way. And then the little gear at the bottom right here is the direction that it will raise up towards. So it'll raise up towards the gear. For a while. I mean, fighting a dragon is a pretty climactic moment. Just generate a world with a shit ton of dragons. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Quick question, how do I define the orientation that the drawn bridges? I'm trying to make it rise from north to south. Those symbols on the top let define it the bridge rise a Z level, right?
An emotional clutch win. Well, I mean, it's one way to figure out why Dwarf Fortress is cool in one fort. But it didn't work. Oh no! To be fair, those are pretty brutal because you need to make sure that you have somebody to pull a lever. Crossbow goblins kick your ass. Forget dragons. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, if you're losing the crossbow dwarves or crossbow goblins, you're gonna have a hard time. I deal with one thing at a time, right? One of my favorite screenshots that showed up on the subreddit earlier was somebody who immediately got murked by a dragon on the first day that the game was out. It's just like, I just built my first squad and just got hit by and like my dwarves just got eaten by a dragon. I love this game. It's like, embarked, immediately attacked by dragon. A gremlin? A gremlin? A gremlin? Look at him. Found a gremlin, chat. Quick, we need to elect a mayor. He's cruel, sloppy, patient, but a thrill seeker. Personality-wise, she is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism. She is sloppy with her living space, and she seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. She often feels lustful and doesn't handle stress well. And she's moved by art and natural beauty, and she feels discouraged. She has an active sense of humor. Something day-to-day living. She's a friendly individual. Bullshit. And she tends to hang on to grievances. She tends to be passive in discussions. 425 years old, yeah. Still young. She has no confirmed kills. She's untroubled by unmet needs. She likes pig iron, pinfire opal, hemp fabric. Poor focus. Fantastic politician. Oh, we got a bug bat. I see. We've caught a bug bat. I'm gonna make a animal stockpile back here. Unfortunate accidents. Yeah, this is true. Accidents caused by pulling levers do not count as confirmed kills. Unknown numbers of unconfirmed kills, though. So this is my magma forges down here. And we are making all of these corkscrews. So what we need to do is we need to find a quick way to the surface from somewhere in this area. And by quick way, I mean direct route to the surface, meaning we go directly through rock without breaking through rock at any point so that I can dig a single route all the way to my fort. This could work right here. This could work. But also means that I'm going to need to dig through a lot. And I do mean a lot. And I mean a lot. A lot. It turns into obsidian. A lot of aquifers. So, let's get to it. Might as well start on this layer, though. I mean, look at this fucking aquifer in this layer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 layers of aquifer plus some more in this probably. All right, so we're going to go all the way up to this layer. We're going to start digging from over here. All the way up and down. It's a brutally massive cave, yeah. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to dig across. Whoop. We're going to dig through that. We're going to build a walkway. Or a bridge. Let's just do a walkway. Does deep soil make aquifers also deeper? I don't know, actually. My knee-jerk response would be yes. Because that would make sense. I mean, strange moods are a relatively random event, right? Like the dwarves do them when they decide to. The first few forts I had very few strange moods. They seem to have gotten more likely as stuff's gone on, so I wouldn't say that's uncommon, but it's certainly unusual. It's not that far away, though. Oh, dwarf froze to death. Oh. I would say that statistic is a little surprising, going that long without a strange mood. That is a little uncommon. All right. You've only had 2 moods? Yeah, and I mean, I've got a lot of dwarves, but we've been having like 1 or 2 a year. All right, super pissy dwarves. Wow, you are pissed. You're on leave? Well. And before that, soldier goes mad and kills a bunch of people. Who else is pissed? Well, this dwarf who's drowning to death is pissed. Why are you... Well, at least that problem's just going to solve itself in a few seconds. There you go. No longer pissed. All right, who else is pissed? This dwarf is pissed. Hates everything about everything, pretty much. Do you really need to make a new world every time there's an update? It depends on the update. Not always, but sometimes. Yeah, if they've updated something with World Gen, if you want to get the new World Gen changes, then yes, you have to generate a new world. It's okay, he's near a waterfall. Yes. All right, let's watch until this stuff starts getting broken. Probably going to have to channel out whole layers and then construct, I'm assuming. Watch me also just, like, completely miss the aquifer. Right, there it is. Actually, you know what? Let's just forbid this for right now. Let's just let them carve out the rest of this. What is this for? This is going to be for a double pump stack. Are aquifers infinite? Yes, unless you channel out all of the rocks that they are contained in. Uku whip fruit. A whip vine? Human swordsman. You know what? Chat, should we let a human swordsman hang around the fort? What do you think? Thanks, Tropic. Yes. Chat's saying yes. Alright. Human, you go. Good meat shield. Well, they have both meat and a shield. And I'm going to channel out up here, which we are going to fill up with a stockpile full of bits and pieces for this stuff to build it quicker. Right here, we're going to build a wall. Meet Shield Squad. That's the Canadians. Come on. In South Park. Or no, that's what they used in South Park to fight the Canadians, right? Meet Shield Squad. Did we catch it? The beast? No. No, we ended up digging into the caverns and we fought it and killed it. Minimal casualties, lost 2 dwarves. You have to assign each dwarf to a bedroom. They will eventually claim them, but you can do it manually if you want. Well, service guarantees citizenship, so go stab some troglodytes and we'll think about it. Something I'm going to do, actually, is we're going to go to work orders. Actually, no, I'm going to go... labor standing orders... automatically collect webs. Messengers are for some pretty specific mid/late game things involving helixes. They are sent off as part of parties to go request worker assistance from fortresses that are in your holdings that you do not have direct control over. It's a mechanic most players don't ever really mess with, because there's very little reason to use it. But it's a neat mechanic. It's also one of those mechanics that, like, Dwarf Fortress is planned to play a little bit more like a 4X game in some ways, where you get, like, actual control over your civilization. But none of those mechanics are in the game yet. So once those mechanics are in the game, they will play a bigger role. All right, so we're going to start up top here. Guest adventurers in your fort. You let them do their thing. You provide food and board. Or room and board, I guess, is probably the better way to put it. And then after you've provided them with living space and let them hang out for a year, they will ask for full citizenship if they don't die or go insane. But because this is a dwarven fort, many of them won't survive. And then once they're full members of the fort, that you can do whatever, but you have to clothe them and feed them and treat them like normal dwarves. They need access to the surface, yes, because the bees need to pollinate. I'm surprised I haven't seen a dwarf just come crashing down through this yet. Okay, so I'm just going to need to channel this entire thing out. This is going to be a pain in the dick for the next little bit, but we'll be able to do it. We'll be able to make it work. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm making sure every single layer is being removed from this. I'm going to have to do this really quickly, right? So I'm just channeling this entire thing out. And as I do that, I'm then going to go around the edge. And I'm going to be replacing all of this with walls. So that... Wait, no, not this up. Well, I guess I could do this upper layer too. I need to do this lower layer down here. This is the one I need to do this on. I need to replace all of this with walls. And the result of this is going to be... I'm removing all of the places where the aquifer can drain in and flood the area that I'm currently digging in. It's going to look really visually confusing, and there isn't a huge amount I can do to make it less confusing, aside from just explain that the point of this is to remove all sources of water so that when I have pumps coming through here, they aren't going to be flooding. So I have to remove the ceiling, I have to remove the walls, I have to remove the floors, I have to remove anything that could possibly give space for water to flow into here. Can you not smooth the rock? Smoothing the rock does nothing. That was an old bug that used to work. Unless, like, you guys have, like, found it works again, in which case then it works again, but in my experience, it doesn't work. And it also wouldn't remove the water sources from the ceiling. And because I'm channeling out individual floors like this, it could still come from the ceiling. Worked for you? All right, well, still wouldn't fix my problem for the ceiling, so... They are magical. I don't actually have that far to go. I just need to go through this cavern layer, basically, so it's not too far. So why is this not getting done? It's because the game's paused. But it's basically just going to be channel it all out, wait for it to dry up, channel it all out, wait for it to dry up, channel it all out, wait for it to dry up, etc. I really have no food available? I was like, my god, I got tons of food available. Quit telling me that, game. Happy to help, War Doggy. There we go. So that's this layer done. Pretty much, I think. One more spot. High boots? What do you mean do high boots work? Yeah, they work. They're armor. Quite effective. Had them on one of my most recent... Also, bong hits for feds. That's a really good username, by the way. I like that username. So much to learn. Yep. Gives you more construction materials. All right, dwarves, who's coming to build this? Where are you at? Here you are, Domas. Do they only work for humans? Really? That's new if that's the case. I'm pretty sure I had them on my dwarves yesterday, but maybe I'm wrong. Created a fort to begin to create a symbol, and you picked a battle axe action relationship and found X's cringing axis. Yep. Sounds like a good faction name. I once randomly generated a bunch of different fortress names and got Bulbous Sore, which to this day is still very funny to me. Just because it sounds like a Pokemon name. Why is there a bunny in here? Get that bunny out of here. Is it reasonable to dig ramps instead of stairs that wagons can get through, or does it take so long? I mean, you could absolutely do it, but you're going to have to channel up, fill it in with blocks, channel down, go under them, fill in the walls, or smooth the walls, apparently, and then dig over, fill it up with blocks, channel down. Like, it's... you could do it. It's just tedious. A slow process. But you could absolutely do it. How can you find it among 300 people? Look for the dude who's blue. Dabba-dee, dabba-die. Because he's blue. All right, so you right here. There. And there. What? Come on. Streamer not make a... Thanks for the 50 cents, though. Cheers. Got tips on making a waterfall setup that acts like a water source? That acts like a water source. You're limited to your salt water, so you have to pump stack. You don't need to pump stack. You just need a single pump. I mean, if you can make it flow underground safely to a spot where your dwarves can access it, and also, actually, if I scroll up here, I mean, I'm in the process of setting this up as a power/water source. Oh, hey, look, mushroom, which is actually kind of a pain because that's dirt. I need that to be stone. Shit. Game saving. That's also water source is tricky. I would just build a waterfall and then pump water elsewhere. Or you could just make a controlled flow down to the start of the pump and then power the pump with a windmill or a water wheel. And then you'll have yourself and then you can pump that water somewhere, or like make it go through the top of your tavern and then flow down into a drain at the bottom of your tavern and set up your well on the drain. There's all kinds of things you can do. So whatever you do, make sure you have a drain. Because if you start pumping water in places, water go real fast. Dogs don't need to be fed. No, they scavenge for their own food. They're quite good at that. Actually, you know what? Let's just go one layer further down. Yeah, caravans have a limited amount of weight that they can transport. Thief! Protect the horde from skulking filth. Probably unclaim all these bodies up here, eh? Oh, there's the kobolds. What you going for, buds? Running away in fear. Yeah, that's fair. I would too. Won't complete a smoothing request? How many dwarves are assigned to stoneworking? I just usually set it as everybody does this. Why are their hands locked on the bridge? What do you mean by hands locked on the bridge? RMKS, hello. How's things? Arende, hello. Oh, so if there are gloves locked on the bridge and they're forbidden there, click on this button and then unforbid them. Yeah, you can just do this. Unforbid them. I love kobolds. I don't want them to die. I just want them to... Why are they fucking falling down the waterfall? I don't get it. Walk out the front door like a normal person, you weirdos. God damn it. Fucking morons. Sorry. I don't know why they're doing that. I'd stop them if I could, but I can't. Top is not locked. They could just walk into the fort and leave. It's like a Minecraft XP farm. You know, actually, they're probably trying to get to this side of the map. So I will make another bridge. How many bodies are there? More than 5. I think they're just trying to exit out the top side of the map, actually. It's just kind of funny. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty accurate, that. OSHA says needs railings. Railings don't fix human stupidity, though. Lack of balance? Sure. Stupidity? Mm-mm. No, because they don't listen to dwarven priority zones. They listen to their own priority zones, which is nada. Why is it all loam? I don't want loam. So many false positive suicide comments about dwarves. What, just like in Twitch chats? Also, those are all humans dying. Those are my visitors. Those aren't dwarves. The actual dwarven suicide is very uncommon, by the way. With the exception of, like, melancholic deaths, like, actually, like, dwarves vaulting off of ridges to kill themselves intentionally is very, very uncommon. It's usually, like, just straight-up accidents. What are these bodies in the distance? It's fine. Oh, look, a way to die. I don't know. I don't think Twitch hates this game. I think Twitch likes this game. Right, Twitch? You guys like this game, right? I like this game. Someone here's probably hate watching it. There's enough people here that there's one person's like, fuck this stupid game. Game's awful. Watches in anger. I angy! Game bad. Why Dwarf no do what I want Dwarf to do? Fuck this stupid game and I can't stop playing. Yeah, I keep returning to that one comment I got. I think it was on the third day of this since when the game released. Was I haven't been this addicted to a game since Factorio and I still play Factorio. Not enough orb. Game needs more orb. Okay, fair. I think that bug's been fixed, though, Templar. This game sucks when I cannot stop playing it. It's my favorite. This game sucks. Why can I not stop playing it? Yes. Do you mean architecture? Because yes, architecture was removed from this version. I hate played like 40 hours of Stone Shards, so I feel that. Could actually just we should just drain this into the caverns. Chat, we're gonna drain this into the caverns just because it's awesome. I really disliked Stone Shard as well. You're like 6 hours late? Ah, it's fine. Also, only 5.5. Quit being so glass half empty. Just be more glass half full. Besides, this is still one of my streams we're talking about, meaning we've still got like, I don't know, at least another 4 hours left probably. Or another 3 hours. Ish, I would say. It's 2:30. I think I'll probably go for another 2.5, 3 hours. Watch him stream for another hour and then be like, guys, I'm gonna go record tutorials. Bye! Which might also happen, I don't know. What he doing? I digging trench. Drainage. But it filling faster than I can dig it, so that's a problem. So maybe I'm not digging a trench. Because my miners are doing what exactly? Storing items in stockpiles. Come on. Like, I get it. That's important. But, like, can we dig, please? Can we dig, please? Please? What an odd place to get a drink. No, a drain, not a grave. I got plenty of graves already. I don't need more of those, but I do need a drain. Brooks are too shallow to use water wheels, yes. Discovered a downwards passage. Interesting. Another one. 2 downward passages. What's the minimum elevation? I actually don't know the answer to that. Well, not going to be digging through that because that's too deep now. Sweet. So we need a different drain then. Need to widen this up a little bit because that's drowning tier deep. Just simply unassign that labor. Ooh. Anything fancy about that Imperial Stout? I picked up some Prohibition whiskey yesterday after I went out for a burger. So I now have some 50% whiskey, which bites like a harder than my ex. But tasty as hell. And shit's good if you can find. I could go grab the bottle if you guys want. If you want me to show you. 2 shots and done. Yep. 1 glass, sip it, done. The only one I reference is that one because it was a 9-year relationship, Templar. I had previous ones, but they were in high school. They don't count. Is there a way to reroute a river? Yep, with pumps and some engineering. Just a few ads. Still digging. Not much has changed. Although I'm thinking about just like giving up on this route altogether and just going a different way. This is filling faster than the dwarves can get to it. And I clearly don't have enough miners. Clearly. Well, psych, thanks for checking out a gift sub. For our friend here who is stuck in ads. And thanks also for gifting us sub to Ryo. Is this an aquifer or something? Yeah, it's just a light aquifer. I just need to dig through it quicker. Yeah, you can force them to do only one job, but I don't really like doing that. Weird. ASCII is bestowing gifts upon all of the friends. Thank you, ASCII. I should be able to channel that. I might just, yeah, let's just not do it from here. Too much water. It's fine. Just plug it there. If anything, it just gives us a easy well access right there. I was gonna say, why did you cancel that? You didn't. Jethro, thanks for subscribing at tier 1. Cheers. But I'm trying to dig this down to the cavern layer so we can have a cavern drain. You'd never seen that method? How did you do them previously, Numberbox? I learned that method from Cupo ages ago. That's how she does her, does the cavern fill up? No, it'll drain off the edges of the map. Right, to erase the upper one. Go. From there down to here. 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 Caverns are scaly. This is Twu. Ah, there it is. Perfect. Although there is a giant flying tick that shoots poisonous gas in here somewhere, so not sure if it's going to come flying out of here, but it might. Did he capture the monster? No, the monster we had to fight and we killed it, unfortunately. I accidentally let it into part of my fortress. It was a whole thing. All right, so... Once I beelined to the cavern and there was like a bunch of troglodytes or something. Yep, sounds about right. Also, apparently, I'm super duper forgetting to trade with my mountain home. Which is a little awkward. Chains and whips do not seem to excite them because those are not very valuable chains. Sell them statues, but they're not worth much. Oh, I could just sell them those. Let's do bronze and copper battle axes. Sell some iron spears. Sell some crossbows. Sell some of these and some cruddy bows. Yeah, you do need bolts for them to use it if you make crossbows perfectly wasted. Oh, never mind. No trading. Rip. All right. We are now going to go all the way along here. Remove all of these with the exception of the one at the end there. So they can walk up this and out this way. To anybody who used to watch the Dwarf Fortress news videos, this was the song that I used. You want to prevent your dwarves from cooking with tallow so that you can make more soap. Is there a way to deselect it? Let's see if I can find it. You go to labors, you go to kitchen. And then when you have tallow available, you deselect it from cooking under meat, fish, and others. So if you don't want to cook a specific thing, you then just simply click that. So tallow should show up in this area. I don't have any currently. So underneath labor, kitchen, meat, fish, and others. You can't prevent it if you don't have it, yeah. You have to wait until you have it. You've been hunting all over for it. I know, like, I feel like every time I open up a menu to show something, somebody something like that, it's like, oh my god, that's what that is! Holy shit! It's like all of the menus from the old game are still here. It's just a matter of finding them. That's what the whole first day I did when I got this game early was literally just me going, all right, where the fuck did they put this menu? Oh, okay, where the fuck did they put this menu? Oh god, where's this menu? I can't find this menu. Where are you going, Dwarf? What you up to? Oh, I see. Here, you know what? We'll also just leave those two at the end. They can get out there too. Oh no, actually no, they can't. Then let's cancel that one. There you Everything's a work in progress, trees. It's Dwarf Fortress. And it is getting work done. I've already played 130 hours of this, so asking me if my muscle memory gets in the way is kind of redundant at this point. Did it in the first 10 hours? Absolutely. Does it still now? No. I've relearned the game. I've stopped trying to hit the old hotkeys and everything. Like, it's fine. It's totally fine. But initially, yeah. You know, definitely. Initially, there was some frustrations there. So we're gonna channel down here. We're pretty much good to go with the water. Just gotta get this done. Got suspended for some reason. How do you train your doctors? By injuring people. Building a doctor's guild and making it public, and then the dwarves that have some doctoring skill will teach the others. Make a doctor's guild, make a surgeon's guild, make a... all those guilds. Ah, yes, the Knights of the Dark and Stormy. Golden Wing! Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Did you ever figure out why your dwarves couldn't guide the minecarts, only kick or ride? Because the guide ones need an end station, and I forgot because I'm smart. The mayor meets with the outpost liaison Vakar, and they say, "I'm a liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm." Could you imagine the wagons? Chat, can you imagine the wagons? Imagine Wagons. It's a dwarves' favorite touring band of bards that write the same song every time. Anyway, could you imagine the wagons? There are responsibilities and the nobility must live well. You have anyone suitable to recommend for elevation? How do we kick the streamer? It's fine. I'm about to leave anyway because I'm going to go take a leak, but I will be back shortly. So flattering, but we'll maintain a distance from the homeland for now. Chat, I'm going to go take a piss. I will be back in like 10 seconds. So you can watch them build this floor. It's also apparently cold as hell in here. Anyway, I now have a sweater on, so I'm significantly less cold. That's nice. That feeling when migrants arrive. Yep, more migrants have arrived. Never did finish making those other bedrooms, did I? It's cold. A minecart can hold a ton of items and move them all at once. Yeah, but minecarts could hold more items than all of your dwarves can hold, more or less. Unless you have, like, literally 1,000 dwarves hauling all at once. Which, generally, you don't. Alcine frequency sweater? Yes. We only did it the 2 years because this past year Spring, the company that we used to use to sell these, no longer officially supports multiple storefronts, for one thing, and also no longer officially supports donating stuff to charity, all the proceeds to charity for anything, which is like, well, cool. So we can't use you for the thing that we use you for anymore. Awesome. Great. So, no more business then? Yep. Okay. Bye. I think it's 156 items one minecart can hold. I think it's 156. I'm pretty sure it's not. All right, so we are now going to flood this. Bad time for there to be a dwarf in there, dwarf. We're going to go. Oh, do we? I'm living life dangerously. I'm gonna have no way of plugging this. What's wrong with charity? There's nothing wrong with charity. The point is we want it to be charity, but they don't let us do that anymore. We can't, like, with Spring, you can no longer have all of your profits go to charity. You now have to keep it, which is like, what? But, like, we want to, anyway. Spring stopped being a useful company to work with, basically. I'm going to put floodgates in here. I'm not going to play as dangerously as I'm pretending to right now. I literally just need 2. There was a weasel fighting up on the surface not too long ago. Alright, so let's get 2 floodgates built. Once those are ready to go. Is that like cockfights, Pandafolo? To building a chaotic mess with circles? You know, I know how it's like a bad thing to like highlight crappy comments and whatnot, but there's this one person who got super mad at that series because they're just like, how dare your forts not be perfectly symmetrical? And I'm just like, well, there goes any semblance of symmetry. What's this reservoir for? Power! And water. Mostly power, though. I'm sorry, human. Are you really doing what I think you're doing? You are not doing what I thought you were doing. That's good. A minor withdraws from society. So does that make you into a major? I've made that joke more times than I should. Chat should probably sue me at this point. All right, you. You're thirsty. Bad time to make an artifact, I think. Lots of rocks. Shirt, shale, and rock salt. And alpaca wool cloth. What's up, addict? You're trying to set up an office and it gives you an error saying, chair not enclosed, rejected. Are you building it above ground? You need to build a roof over top of it. If it's outdoors and has no ceiling above it, then it'll get mad at you. Needs are suspended? Yeah, but they still complain. Like, they won't die of thirst, but 3 levels down? It's clearly not enclosed. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. If it's not enclosed, it means it's not enclosed. Oh, actually, maybe if it's not enclosed, it means it needs a door. Give it a door. Give it a door to the room that it's in. Like, as in, this is my office, right? For my mayor, right here. Yeah, this right here is my office for my mayor. They're really upset, Dwarf. Disappointed in this current state of demands. Well, I mean, what do you want me to do? What do you want? Just want me to not export coffins. Well, I mean, we're not exporting coffins. So, like, what do you want from me? Where'd that dwarf go? Man, you are pissed. I just want to expel this dwarf. Just want to expel you before you start causing problems. RCR, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. I like how Captain of the Guard, Tolis, is just like stupidly mad. Hates his life. And is crying. Was that your YouTube rewind, Ziltra? That's a pretty high average. What's the average number of videos per day that is? And does it count shorts? Because if it counts shorts, then that's probably inflated. All right, so there's a person right there, I think. Yeah, dwarves can walk over traps. Dwarves know about their own traps, and only if they trip and fall on the trap do they actually get hurt by traps. Uni isn't happy? Oh no, don't get yourself in trouble at university. How about you review our Forts on YouTube series? You've been following your YouTube forever and love your work. Huh. That's an interesting idea. Artifact table. How would we do that? I'm trying to think what format that would even be. My dwarves are so jealous. They're so happy or jealous. Make everything they want. Actually, true. We do have 55 like ecstatically happy dwarves, don't we? Upload the saves. I mean, I have a save upload room on my Discord. Trying to think how the format would work though. But I feel like the one, I think, major negative that I think that would cause is then suddenly I would just have way too much influence over how people build forts. Save my fort? Oh no. Well, it would either be like Dwarf Fortress MTV Cribs. Or it would, yeah, it would either end up being like MTV Cribs. But like I know that someone sent Tekka a save file once and he unfucked it once. DF Cribs? I don't know if I wouldn't call it that, but I mean I don't know how that would work. It's not a bad idea. I hadn't thought of it. I mean, I am working on a project which is going to require stories, but that's just going to require stories. You'd watch the fuck out of that? I mean, we could just call it community forts. So there's a room on my Discord, right? It's this. It's DF save sharing. If you guys plop saves in there and at me and say, can be used on YouTube, why not? I'll do a 8-minute video of me going through somebody's fort and looking at everything you built. That sounds fun. Just make sure you zip them. That might actually be something I could use my itch install of the game for. Untamed Wilds biome, hoping to employ giant grizzly warbears and ended up fighting with agitated ravens nonstop. Yep. That'll happen. I don't know how I would do fix my fort, because you guys might be over-exaggerating how good I am at this game. I diverted a river directly into a stairwell, and yeah, all your dwarves drowned. Please fix, send back to... See, I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to, like, unfuck people's forts. But if you guys want me to go through and just do, like, narrated fort tours on YouTube, I'm down. If that's the sort of thing you guys want. I put the agitated ravens. They just do that in the Untamed Wilds biomes. All right, so we got that artifact. Oh, I mean, I could give advice on how to fix it potentially. That I'd be down for, but I wouldn't call it fix my fort. I'd probably just call it community fort tours. I'm intrigued. That seems fun. Like, if that's something you guys would be interested in watching, I'm down. Because, like, something that I'm stuck on right now is I don't know how to continue. Like, eventually I'm going to run out of tutorial content, right? Eventually I'm going to run out of tutorials to make. And I can only do so many, like, guided Let's Plays. But if it's fix my fort, then, like, that's implying that I'm going to fix it for you. Which I don't think that's what it would be at all. Make sure that this dwarf just got a tomb. I'm not big on roasting anything except for, like, grilled meats, so no thanks. Certainly not going to do that. It's just not my personality. Is it too early in the day for weed? It's 3 p.m. It's late. That's what 9 a.m. is for, Hobo. Come on. Get with the wake and bake culture. You've got the name Stoned Hobo. It's too late in the day. Jesus, dude. 8 p.m. Hobo's in the same time zone as me right now, so. Yeah, I'm down. I mean, if you guys want to send me forts, I'll look at forts. Why not? That's fun. I don't know exactly what it would look like. I'll be completely honest with you guys. I've known people in the past who've done, like, I look at audience things on stream before, and I've always kind of felt like it's bad content. And the reason I've always felt it's bad content is because it's like I'm taking somebody else's work and profiting off of it, which is what it is on YouTube. Like, let's be real. But if you guys want to watch something like that, I'm down to make it. It got to your brain. That's fine. If you create a zone with a window and a switch with a single room and multi-room, and the letter needs to identify the room, that's why it must be enclosed. Hope that makes sense. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. No, you are totally correct, SMTX. If you're trying to make multiple rooms at the same time, then if you're using the multi-room section and you're only trying to make one room, it won't let you make a room. it has to be. Think of it as community content. As long as I'm not going with something silly like roast your fort, I'm totally cool with doing it. All right. I mean, no, I did not mention you. I'm sorry. You've been smoking since 10? Oh, we just don't want to waste good keef because you're almost out of flour, but no point in buying more and since you're about to dip. Yeah, no, I get you. What's up, Johnny Rags? Thanks for the prime. All right, this is a shirt table. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with llama bone and encircled with bands of cushion shale cabochons and cushion rock salt cabochons, and alpaca wool with trillion-cut yellow sespertines. This object is adorned with hanging rings of steel and menaces with spikes of citrine and helmet snake bone. On the item is an image of a single cut gem in shirt. On the item is an image of a black caps in yellow sespertine. Cold-blooded. This will be your second dwarf in the fort. You're too good at that. Paying way too much attention. Part of the reason our dwarves are so happy, though, is because we have a functioning library. Dwarves really like libraries. Look, they can read these glorious books, such as this graphite-bound codex. We need Lady Kelpie 2, a child. Good chat playing favorites with chat. What this one? Lady Kelpie the second. When you go into adventure mode, donate a Necronomicon to them? What, to the forts that I look at? You lost your tutorial for today. It was at 102 pop with economy booming, and then a giant bone colossus came in and killed everyone. Had to abandon. Fs. Time to avenge that fort. So, here, without giving away too much, but absolutely planning on doing that with somebody else. Absolutely planning on doing that already, so way ahead of you on that one. The reading stories and whatnot. So, I've got other shows and things in the works already, but the idea of just looking at and giving advice and tweaking other people's forts wasn't something I'd thought of. People give me a fort filled with levers and you have to figure out what they do, or when adventure mode is out, imagine that's something I've always wanted to do. That I've wanted to build forts that are designed as dungeons for other people's adventurers. I've always wanted to do that. Seems so fucking fun. So you're playing with a artifact toy hammer right now, Lady Kelpie. Your parents are Rith and Goden. You have two older brothers, or an older brother, a younger sister, and an older half-sister. Your aunt and you have two aunts in the fort. One's a prophet, one's a brewer, and a visiting uncle who's also a prophet. You worship 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deities, and you have some passing acquaintances and no friends. You are a part of the Nourishing Handles, and you felt enjoyment after playing with a toy hammer. And as for your brain and personality, she presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and she often feels nervous, and she is slow to trust others. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she often feels lustful. There was a game called Mighty Quest for Epic Loot. I remember Mighty Quest for Epic Loot. It was like shitty Diablo. Right? Am I thinking of the right game? It was like shitty Diablo where you built dungeons. You can get a dwarf if there's any available. So there's plenty available, but it's every 45 minutes there's a channel points redemption where you can redeem one. And she's 2. Yep, she is 2. Values-wise, She finds that she personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Values loyalty and honesty, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. She likes petrified wood, villain, pipe opal, and giant kangaroo leather, ibex horn, and the color dark blue. Tetrahedra, shields, bags, geese for their formation flying, and the words of the azure lenses and the sound of the play of tresses. And when possible, she prefers to consume bat. Okay, bat, cabbages, and tomatillo wine, and hates slugs. And oh Dan, thank you very much for that prime sub. Cheers. Yummy, 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 yummy bat. Can't say I've never eaten it, so. Ozzy the dwarf child. Metal as fuck. Consume bat sounds familiar. She ate a whole bat on stage, chat. Do, 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 do. And Shatnar, thanks for the prime. God, this is such a fucking bop. All right, so do we have those? I'm assuming we have those floodgates made. Let's go to machines and fluids. Such a good tune. I like it so much. But yeah, if you guys send me forts in the DF save sharing room with permission to critique, go through, and tweak things, I will absolutely make them into videos and send them back to you. Proper way to train the military? Set them to train until they're ready and trained, and then set them on bi-monthly training so that they don't forget how to train and don't get rusty. And I like to keep their uniforms on personally. Also, I don't know what's up with the constant canceling of diplomacy tag up there. Hospital gonna be a bit busy after that bat flu. Fortunately, dwarves, the infectious diseases update isn't out yet, so we don't need to worry. Even though there is infectious diseases in Dwarf Fort, they're just pretty minimal. So we're gonna link this lever down here to this. And link this lever down to this. I'm gonna put a cork in that. Actually, no, I don't want to put a cork in that. Yeah. How's the diplomacy waterfalls? I mean, they keep slipping. Infectious diseases are rare keepers? Sure, but there are, like, syndromes that are contagious in Dwarf Fort. Like, cave blobs, as an example. If dwarves inhale the gas that comes out of cave blobs, all hail blob. In this fort, we worship the mighty blob. If you inhale the fumes that come out of it, they get a permanent debuff. And stuff like that. So, yeah, I guess where creatures are infectious diseases, but I mean, like, illnesses in more the traditional sense, I guess. Blorb, yes. You know that VOD still hasn't gone up on YouTube because I'm waiting on a thumbnail. The all hail the mighty blob. Yeah, also cave spiders, if they bite a dwarf, also give a permanent debuff. It gives a permanent debuff to balance, which is like kind of horrific. There's a few different things that give permanent debuffs. No, absolutely I would give feedback on builds. We're out of food. Well, that's unfortunate. Fortunately, we do have a lot of livestock, so let's eat some livestock. I really should, like, increase my farming, but I've been way too busy with just, like, digging. And we keep getting attacked by shit, so I keep on not. Piggy, piggy, pig. Oh, no, no, no. Don't make available as pet. Slaughter, 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 slaughter. Not the goose. Goose is available as pet, though. Yaks can be slaughtered. Pigs can be slaughtered. Let's actually make... Slaughter you. Make these two available as pets. Somebody else is going to drown in here if I keep allowing them to do this, so I'm just going to forbid this. Although we were able to get one of those bodies out of the river. We're now in winter. That goes in your fort. You need to remember something about Dwarf Fortress, right? Just because a character is a specific species doesn't mean that they're hostile or evil. It might mean that they are, but they might not be. Visiting dwarves are exactly the same. So if you're getting a lot of visitors, they could be... They're just as likely to be a random traveling bard that just goes around writing poetry and that also just happens to be a goblin than they are to be like a threat to your fort, right? So because Dwarf Fortress's faction system is very much not like race specific, it's alignment specific. So it's like a human raised by goblins is just a goblin. Even though they might be a human, they will act and behave like goblins, and they will have goblin culture. A dwarf that's raised by goblins is the same thing. A goblin that's raised by elves is going to act like an elf, right? So if you have a bunch of random guests in your fort that are all goblins, odds are pretty good that they're actually part of a human faction or part of an elven faction. Which is also really interesting because Dwarf Fortress then also simulates racism and intolerance because some dwarves, vast majority of dwarves are pretty tolerant, right? They're totally okay with others that live, that appear unusual and live differently. But every now and again, you might get a dwarf that isn't. And if you get a dwarf that isn't, and you, let's just say, have 15 goblins in your tavern that are just dancing, some of those dwarves might be pissed that these goblins are there and dancing and really, really not like those goblins, even though they're just as dwarfy as, you know, any dwarf. Because they might even be from the same faction. So it's interesting. You can get a lot of really fun kind of story elements building there. Will the goblins be mad if you sell them caged goblins? I don't know the answer to that. It depends on if... Actually, it might just let the goblins out. Oh, no. Everybody knows that one racist Uncle Urist. You will test it? I think it might just release them, and they might just attack them. I'm pretty sure. Good night, Darren. I am building a stream, is what I'm doing, which is going to flow down here and then flow off the map. I'm also going to forbid everything that's down here so that these dwarves stop doing this, so that I don't have surprise drownings suddenly. Oh, that's not good. A forest that is both dark and vile has arrived. Are you building a stream in the process of building your stream? Oof. Okay. A vile force of darkness has arrived, and this is a really bad time. Let's see. How... Did they... Well, they arrived and then they left. All right, so they chickened out, I guess. Which is funny, because, like, this is the time when they have a direct route into my fort right here. They could have just walked in. But nope, they left. They were like, guys, we lost last time. We should leave. Yep, they did leave. Okay, cool. I'm fine with this. Thanks for leaving, goblins. Makes my life much easier. Snatcher, 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 snatcher. They actually got one? Oh my word. Okay, hold on. This goblin just got one of my kids. If my dwarves can catch up. Kid's heavy, though. You child abducting son of a goblin! Alright, problem solved. Alright, was there any more? Okay, this one didn't manage to get one, but we'll try and kill him anyway. Nope. All right, kid. This is a officially a no dwarf zone, including your silly face. No dwarfs allowed in here. Okay, we need no dwarfs in this area, and especially no playing make believe in this area. This is very dangerous, much danger. When winter ends, you're gonna suddenly drown. So, kiddo, go play elsewhere, you big doofus. Why? Why? Why must you play in the little hole? Can we go anywhere else? Like, anywhere else. She's just playing make-believe. She's doing as she pleases. Well, I mean, the body's no longer in there. There's no corpse there now. I love the dramatic music for just a child playing in the river that's gonna thaw in like 2 months. Disapprove. V much disapprove. Massively much disapproveth. Mucheth disapproveth. Can you get your fucking ass up and get elsewhere? Anywhere elsewhere. Sure, I'll take another monster fighter. Like, but can you fucking get this child out of my... God balls. Okay, can you... Vamos your face! You know, fuck it, I don't care. Just drown, whatever. It's up to you. I'm not gonna sweat it. If you drown, kiddo, that's your problem. It's just I will pull your body out next year. All right, what were we doing? Right, let's work on this. So this is going to flood when it's ready to go. And dig the kid out. I don't have to. There's like they can just walk out. They're not stuck there. These are ramps. They can just walk out. I don't have to dig them out. They can just walk out. Kid's gonna drown. Oh no. Anyway, fortunately we got lots of kids. All right. So what was I doing? I was doing a lot of things. Let's get those bedrooms done. Let's focus on that for time being. I do love the overly dramatic music playing while I'm just like, you stupid child! The fuck? Get your ass out of the drowning pit. Okay? That's Daddy's drowning pit. You're not allowed to sit in drowning pit. It's not my fault Daddy drowned there. Get out. I don't actually know if that was her dad. But some dwarf drowned there. R. Sierra, thanks very much for gifting out a sub. Cheers. Set up a toy stockpile somewhere? I already got 2. So I don't think I need more. How can you find charcoal in the storage filter? Charcoal is under blocks and other. So blocks, other materials. Bars, blocks, other materials. I can show you in a second. All right, so you go to stocks, and then you go down to bars, and then it should be under other. That or it's under blocks. Although, watch me like just straight up not have any right now. But, I mean, yeah, I just don't have any. But under here, it's under bars and blocks. Other materials in here. You hate that instruments are in tools? Books used to be tools. Yeah, I'm just out of them, so I just don't have any, but... A book is a tool? People who read books might be a tool. What? I mean, I'm as somebody who reads books, I'm sure I speak for every book reader out there, right? And I'm sitting here with, like, a book on, like, city planning and 2 of Tarn Adams' books within, like, arm's reach, because I'm that kind of person. You've seen John Wick? John Wick's a good movie. Confessions of a Recovering Engineer and Proceduralist Storytelling and Game Design. Tarn's published 2 books, actually. Published by Tanya X Short and, or edited by Tanya Short and Tarn Adams. There are a bunch of short lessons in game design. There's 2 of them. There's this one, and then there's Procedural Worlds in game design. And each chapter is written by a different author, and, like, there's chapters from Brendan Yu, guy who made Spelunky, Jason Grimblatt, who worked on Caves of Cud, various other developers who've worked on roguelikes and procedurally generated games. The problem is, the publisher that they published with, CRC Press, is a textbook publisher, meaning they're like $200. So this fucking paperback cost me $90. And to quote Tanya, you can get them for very free online if you know where to look. So, $60 on Amazon? Okay, $90 in Canada. I live in Canada. So Canada tax, but yeah, there's 2 of them. They're both worth reading though. They're both lovely reads because they're written by a bunch of people who treat video games as art, not people who treat video games as like a technical medium. So you get a lot of really neat perspectives on things. Yeah, the writers are contributors, and Tanya and Tarn edited it, which is also one of the reasons why Dwarf Fortress is published by Kit Fox, is because of that. So whenever people are like, why did they go with such a random publisher? It's like, well, because literally, like, the founder of the publisher is friends with Tarn, so it's like, makes sense. There was a lot of that, at least early on. Yep, you did in fact get gifted a sub, SWAT stuff. We don't do balance? Yeah, balance is not for people who care about making art projects. Come on. Care about making fun. You need balance when you have fun. How do you build an atom smasher? I'm going to make a tutorial on one, but literally just drawbridge, and a dumping zone. So garbage dump, this thing right here. Drawbridge, raise drawbridge up with lever. Then take dump tool and go whoop on everything you want to chuck. They throw it into the thing, and then you pull the lever, and then it goes punk, and then it crushes it. Atom Smasher? Yeah, it's the best episode of Mythbusters. Well, flying webbed beast assembling an army at your gate and vanishing a baroness and saunters up and kills it with 2 crossbow bolts. Yep. Shoutouts. Oh, also, chat room. I want you guys to go do me a favor. A friend of mine, TechIt, is finally back to making YouTube videos after a way long break. Do you see this video? This video right here? Link it in chat. Go leave a comment. Go give it a like. Boost in the algorithm. Boost this video. It's only got 80 comments. I'm sure we can get that up above 120. Very good video. I'm not biased. I'm definitely not in it at all. Like, he definitely didn't, like, get me to record stuff for it. And Krug Smash also definitely is not in this video. And neither is Zach and Tarn Adams. So you definitely shouldn't watch it. But you should watch it. Oh, shit. Tech it upload. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Boost to Tech it. Blankendorf. Also, here's another link for anybody who missed it. I may or may not be planning a show with Tech It in the future. That may or may not already have a name, and may or may not already have artwork, and I may or may not have almost crushed a dwarf right there. Oop. All right. So. It's on your list of things to watch? Fuck yeah. All right. Well, what should I be working on right now? More bedrooms, I think. How many dwarves need bedrooms? Good chunk, not too many though. Let's just make like bedrooms all the way down along this line. I think that the good biome ambience is kind of funny. It's just like this heavenly at all times. Jesus, calm down, good biomes. You're not that good. Back to work, Shims. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out, friend. All right, so we can probably go back to digging this out too, which I've totally forgotten to work on. I can also go all the way up and, you know, deal with this. Let's channel this out. Could you tie a door and the bridge to the same lever? Doors are not lever connectable, but you could attach like a floodgate, a spike, and a drawbridge all to the same lever. And a pillar. Started a hermit fortress with 2 humans. Guess what? Nothing happened, and they didn't even fall in love. Yep. This is why when people are like, hey, you want to build a hermit fortress? I'm like, no, that sounds really boring. It's because... Spoilers, I've done it before, and it's really boring. It's like, I say it's really boring because it's really boring. It's just nobody listens to me. Are doors lever accessible? I thought they weren't. Let me check. I might be wrong. I was always under the impression that they weren't. I need a door. Nope, not. Drawbridges are. What is a hermit fortress? That's when you only have 2 dwarves. Or 1 dwarf. Or in this case, 2 humans. The only way to really do that is just playing adventure mode, really. You have yours connected? Are we playing the same version of the video game? I'm assuming you're not. I believe you. I'm perplexed. I pulled it? Or did I click the wrong button? Hold on. Let's just try this. Let's just build. Like, I'm sure you're correct, but it's something that I've never done before. I mean, chat teaches me stuff all the time, so let's see. How do you attack towers? With a squad. There's a tutorial on my YouTube channel on how to attack things. Yep, apparently you can. I didn't know that. The more you know. The more you know. I just learned something today, chat room. The more you know. Heavy aquifer is quicker or just bigger? Faster flow of water. It's like a river's torrent of water. I know too much about this game, but I don't know everything, apparently. This is going to be finicky as fuck to put together. From a light aquifer, you'd need to channel out quite a bit, but yeah, you could. Like, it would require a lot of channeling, but you could absolutely do it. How finicky you're what now? I mean, chat's teaching me shit right now, so I should be thanking chat, frankly, Ehort, but thank you for thanking me for the tutorials. Nobody's too old to learn, clearly. Let's see if they can build this. Sometimes they seem to be able to build diagonally, but let's see. Are they able to get that done? Maybe not. All right, well. Layer above is that one and that one, so this will be this one and this one. That's easy. You're having a lot of trouble keeping track of characters' stories? Pick a couple main characters. Don't worry about following everybody, right? You're not going to follow everybody. And that's not the point. You don't need to follow everybody. Just pick some main characters and stick to them. And by main characters, I mean select some dwarves that you can get to know that have names. And roll with them. We got a dragon, motherfuckers. I feel like they cranked up the likelihood of Durgans. People I see. Anyway, the dragon! Why does that read like Cobain to me? Kurt Cobain. The dragon Kurt Cobain. No, the dragon Akobin Rulukara Palath has come, a gigantic reptilian creature. It is magical and it can breathe fire. These creatures can live for thousands of years. Whoa! Doesn't even breathe web. Basic bitch can't even breathe web. All right, pause. Where it? Where Durgan? 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 Doggin? Dragon. Dragon. And you pretty. Aw, it's a boy. It's frail. So weak, so fragile. He greatly is moved by art and natural beauty. Well, excellent. Hold on a second. Let me check something. Something very important I need to see. Excellent. All right, so step one, lock the door. That's the most important step. Step two is make a new door. So we're gonna first lock these doors. We're gonna mine this. You can cage them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, we taming this Durgan. They came to visit? They're uninvited. Why would I let an uninvited guest into my fort? Come on, that would be silly. Wow! My god, Durgan, calm down. Don't drown, dragon. Oh, well. God, I love the fire animations. Those look so fucking cool. This fort is on fire. All right, so now they've probably dug through that bit down there. Hold on. Elves are gonna be real happy with me. All right, so we're just waiting on this. Get over there, knock that out. Sweet. No. Okay, fine. Go up and die then. I mean, if you really insist. You did not know there were dragons in this game? Oh, there's cave dragons and there's dragons. We got both kinds. Soon to be randomly generated dragons. Actually, hold on. Is everybody even in the thingy? Definitely not. Fire is fine for FPS. Pathing is not. So if fire blocks pathing, it can really hurt FPS. Otherwise, it's totally fine. Something has collapsed on the surface. Yep, okay. That's not gonna be good for FPS. Those are trees collapsing, by the way. I got him. Woo! And now we're gonna tame it. While all of the trees on the surface collapse. Fire is fine. Ah! I'm definitely saving that clip, by the way, to make it into a short. There you go. I mean, I wouldn't say that. The prescribed burn thing. But, also, BTR Noodle, thank you very much for the, Tier 1 subscription. Also, I have to read some nonsensical words, so give me a sec. I'm not taking any post-naming requests, communist, because that would mean suddenly chat's going to run my game for me, and I don't like that. Where's the room? Doop-a-doop-doop-doop-doop-doop-doop. Please send help. Necromancers are quite scary. Well, water drowns victims indiscriminately. So much carnage. Greed consumes victims, believe me. However, pickled pickles are tautologically redundancies. Savvy? Plural words should speak. Become the Dragon Master? We're trying to. Finn, empty bottle. Are you trying to finish the empty bottle? All right. I'm now going to pause that again. What happened with the fire? Oh, we caught a dragon in a cage. It's right there. Now we need to train it. There was a dragon. Yeah, and dragon did dragon things. You know, like, right as I was starting to run out of ideas and stuff to do with this fort, the game gave me new ideas. It gave me a dragon, and now I can tame a Durgan.
Become the Dragon Master.
The actual... the actual crime here, is that... It's not a lady dragon, so I can't eat its eggs. Elves be like, it's fine. Does it need a nesting box? Ironically, yes. Okay, game, I get it. Something has collapsed outside. Apparently I have a giant rat in cage. Oh, we have to wait for them to go get that dragon cage and put it in a stockpile. Holy shit, I have a lot of pigs. Can you breed dragons? Absolutely. If you have a breeding pair of dragons. All right, let's smelt more magnetite ore. Although I need more charcoal. So. Found my YouTube vinyl. Or vinyl, I guess. Finished road torches when you made the river flow off the edge of the map. If you embarked on that side of the map, would it show up in that area? No, because it would be underground. So there's certain things that Dwarf Fortress cheats on, and that's one of those things. Like, as an example, if you make a volcano overflow and erupt, and then go to place it somewhere, it's not going to be like, oh, that's going to flood the world now. That's not how that works. Okay, so somebody's hauling the dragon in the cage somewhere, so I don't have access to it yet. How are the bears getting on? I have more bears than I did before, so pretty good. We've acquired 2 more babby bears. Okay, now frames are going. And it's the things collapsing. It's not the fire. But it'll fix itself when stuff's done burning. What do you feed the pigs? They feed themselves with random vermin. Of course it got past the river. Yeah, the trees are pretty overhanging. It's almost done burning. It's going to scorch the whole map. Which actually is kind of a crappy thing to have happen because some stuff will never grow back, but it's fine. It's got a ways to go, actually. So I got to go all the way through all this. Yeah, pigs are a really, really good thing. Well, dragons produce a lot of it, so be careful about building your fortress out of wood, by the way, because wooden walls do burn. I don't know if the elves will be pissed off at me for this happening. I've never actually, I've had this happen many times in other forts, and then the elves show up and trade with me, because we're not actually chopping the trees down, right? The thing that's collapsing is the branches falling off, but the trees are still there. As you can see, like, they're just burnt, but they're still there. In a lot of cases, they're not even dead. Why is... Oh, there's a fox running around. So, like... No, not really. Is the kid still playing make-believe in the river pit? That's a good question. No. I mean, dragons are natural. Also, my entire livestock pen on the surface died. It's a good thing I put my pigs underground. Very natural disaster, yes. We are horrified. Dwarves chopping up trees are natural? I don't think that we naturally grow axes. But I see your argument, and I note it. Well, cheers, fresh cup of Joel. Thanks for swinging by. Somebody finally noticed that there's a dead dwarf in the quantum stockpile tutorial video. Someone finally commented, so what happened to the 7th dwarf? The only response I have to that is, don't worry about it. Giant snapping turtle. But, hey, the snow will help. Put the fire out. Look, see? All the smoldering bits are going out now. Frames are coming back. Stuff's not collapsing as much. It's straight up just putting the fires out, too. Look at this. Middle management robot, what kind of dwarf do you want? Just let me know what your preferences are. Oh no, it's transferring across. Oh, it's already over there, it's fine. Oh, here we go again. Bum, bum. Can you be manager? I think manager's already a name. Yeah, Cold-Blooded got manager a while ago. You gave him the mayor. It's kind of management. Pick someone at random? Okay. Alright, so someone at random. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're a lady animal trainer. Surprised that fits. All right. 62 years old. You have a spouse. I'll let the fires burn on the surface. Actually, are we still... Okay, no, it is paused. You're not part of a squad. You want to acquire an object, eat a good meal, be extravagant, and be with family and get martial training. You want to be creative. And you say, I cannot give in to sadness. Actually, I think I need to queue up clothing. She is very quick to heal, and she has high eyebrows and dark tan skin, wrinkled hair. Her skin is wrinkled, her hair is wavy, and her medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail. Her head is somewhat broad, and her hair is goldenrod. Serena RS, thank you very, very much for that Prime subscription. Cheers. She hates vows, obligations, and promises and other binding elements that could restrict her life. And Kushkesh, also thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Chat room, we've rocketed past every goal that I've had to the point where I straight up don't have goals anymore. So, like, you guys, I'm still processing the amount of subscribers we've gotten in the last few days. So thank you. Thank you very much. And also the amount of followers. The number of followers has been ridiculous. By the way, I looked up the stat the other day. I'm the 580th most followers gained on Twitch in the last 30 days, by the way. She personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time and doesn't care about nature one way or another and doesn't particularly value the truth. First time you managed to get to me on Twitch, you love the guide on YouTube, and you helped me so much, and I'm looking forward to having much fun. Well, cheers. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the sub and for the bits. She does not particularly value the truth and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes porcelain. I do too. Also love worshiping the porcelain throne. She likes steel, tiger eye, crystal glass, and alpaca wool. Bags and leopard geckos for their coloration. And the words of the musical lesson, when possible, prefers to consume wild boar, rye beer. Ooh, I love rye beer. And giant two-humped camel's milk. And she's unfocused by unmet needs. But you don't particularly Twitch? So pre-launch date announcement, we were averaging 50 to 90 viewers, 120 on a good day. So that was before launch day. After the launch date was announced, we averaged about 100 to 115. And since launch, we've averaged about 900 viewers a stream. So, yeah. Just, yeah. Shane Xbit, thanks for the prime. Cheers. Which has bumped me from the top 0.5% of Twitch to the top 0.02% of Twitch. I mean, yeah, 1,062 currently. So, I don't know how long it'll last, but man, it's been nice. Frankly. Like, Jesus, it's been nice. Really nice. Not, like, without stating exact numbers, I'm making more money a day right now than I used to make in 2 weeks. Which is bonkers. Buy myself something pretty? I'm going to buy myself a nice old-fashioned making kit because I'm not an alcoholic. You're an alcoholic. All right, so now that we've done that, realistically, though, it's all going to go into savings. Maybe I'll buy some nice records. What are you? We got an elf swordsman hanging out. You seem cool. Rezak, thanks to the prime. Cheers. Am I using another tile set? This is the official tile set that comes with the premium version that can be purchased on Steam and itch.io. So this year the family will get presents? Maybe in once I have time to actually go outside. Because I haven't left my house, really. I went bowling once. I have a gift from my dad, though. Right, can I build that cage yet? Somebody's storing that. What's Dad getting for Christmas? He wouldn't be home. I don't think my dad. But Dad, if you're watching my stream, look away. Unlikely, but. No shoes. He's constantly jealous of the snowshoe pictures, or the pictures I keep taking halfway up mountains, snowshoeing, and going, man, I want to go snowshoeing. So I'm taking him snowshoeing on Boxing Day. You keep your dwarves from leaving food places and causing the food in places and causing it to rot in miasma. Your dwarves are still just leaving stuff around. Is there a way to get them to rot into food all deposited instead of them clicking on the dumped one by one? Once they're rotten, you just need to wait for the dwarves to do it, and you need to do it one by one. But if you put coffers in their bedrooms, they'll often put their food in coffers. It also probably means you need bigger stockpiles. Also, I have bunny rabbits that are starving to death. Unfortunately, they're named. Well, I really need to make gardens, which I'll do as soon as the winter months end. Also, I can super unlock these here on the surface, and I can put bunnies up here. Also, chat rooms, thank you very much for the hype train. You guys are very kind. All right, so anything that needs to pasture... Alpaca. Bunny. Bunny. God, so much stuff still caving in. Been keeping all your animals outdoors year-round in a temperate environment. Seems fine. Even the elephants. Yeah, no, as long as they have enough space to graze, they're fine. I mean, the issue isn't the space to graze. The issue is there was just a dragon outside that kind of, is causing this to happen. Dragons are not good for grazing? No. They're not good for anything that's fleshy and living and outside. Why am I trying to build a fortification there? I'm a dum-dum. Game, can you stop that? Please. Game, please. Have some mercy. Game, what are you doing? Swallowed Sun. That's a username. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you much. Well, sour please alert? What, from the collapsing? We keep finding dead calves that died because they melted, by the way. Did I save the game after capturing the dragon? No, but I can. Not worried about the game crashing or anything, but in case chat is worried, I will do this for chat. For a pump system? Damn right. Yeah, we captured a dragon. It's in a cage. We're going to tame it. Don't ask me how a fire-breathing, hotter-than-the-sun fire-breathing ball of scales is capable of simply being caught in a wooden box, but I'm not going to worry about it. There's many things in Dwarf Fortress that I choose to simply not worry about, and that's one of them. What kind of dragon is it? A flamey one? Currently, there's only 2 kinds. There's above-ground dragons and below-ground dragons. My top 3 roguelikes? Currently? Fuck. Jupiter Hell. Caves of Cud. Brogue. All right, let's jump back in. The Sect of Sweating definitely is going to stand near a dragon. Brogue is free. I think I actually have a command for it. Yep, there you go. Whoa, wrong fort, duh. That's my tutorial fort. You didn't see anything. There it is, Riverdance. They fight each other in the same cavern? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Clash of the Titans happens pretty frequently in Dwarf Fort. Is your dwarf still alive? Very few have died, but we can double check. I say very few. By that I mean we haven't had like full entire fortress murdering things. Although you were running the squad, so maybe not. Yeah, no, you've passed. You died in one of the various fights. Your dwarf wants to train that dragon? I mean, I'm not going to be assigning it to anybody in specific. This is going to be a team effort. Game, can you stop that, please? You're starting to bother me. Yeah, the game's bullying me. You just killed 2 forts in one stream? What the fuck is it doing? Something collapsed on... Didn't you know, chat, that something collapsed on the surface? It's burning. 'Cause dragon. And so every single time a branch or a leaf falls out of the tree, the game informs you of this. It also melts the snow. Look at that. Pretty much, yeah. It's, hey, listen, the whole time. Also, thank you very much for the hype train, chat room. Unfinished business, what up? Takes a village to raise a dragon, but it only takes one dragon to raise a village. Welcome back, old. Sorry. Yep, and we caught it. Where's the dragon now? It's in a cage in my fort somewhere. I think they're moving it to a stockpile currently. Dragon egg time. It is a male dragon, so unfortunately boy dragon no lay egg. Otherwise, we would definitely give it a nest box. But unfortunately, that is not an option. Excuse me. There we go. Doing all good, Nino. And yourself? Croesus, thanks for the Prime sub as well as Cuckoo Fried Steak. And Swallowed Sun as well for the 5-pack of gift subs. Thank you very much. You guys are very kind as always. Wood is fine. For the dragon. The game doesn't differentiate between materials. Tell the dwarves to attack the fire to put it out. This isn't RimWorld. It's a really good way to kill all of your dwarves immediately. Made your dwarves make drinks and they have less than 40 now, but you have 200 and they make drinks and complain that there are no barrels left. Why are there no barrels left? So make more barrels. Make sure the barrels are available too. Barrels may not be reachable. Make rock pot, that too. Make rock pot. All right, then don't make more drinks. If you've got enough drinks, don't make more drinks. You don't need to be constantly making drinks. God damn. The fucking fire. I can't. It's ridiculous. It's just non-stop. Just tick, 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 tick. And from getting into your fortress and killing your dwarven children, lock the door. And lock all your dwarves inside. Unfortunately, that's my only real advice. That or set up patrols in a military. Can your girlfriend see the fire? It's almost off the edge of the map, but there's some fire. Here's some over here. That's the black is smoke. It was one hell of a burn, let me tell you. But I think it's done. I mean, the game's running faster now. It's funny, I was saying earlier, it's like, yeah, fire doesn't really affect FPS. Okay, it used to not really affect FPS. Now apparently it does. I wonder if it's because I didn't use tile sets before. Grumble, grumble. You go to the caverns, or you embark with a bunch of wood, cocoa. One of the two. Those are your two options. How much effort would it take to make a water pump system strong enough to flood the local overworld and kill the fire? I mean, the fire will burn out before I would finish building the system. It's not a matter of it being how much work would it be. It's a matter of, like, it would literally... Okay, I got, like, 4 more layers of this to do. It's a matter of it would literally, like, burn itself out before I would need it. All right, let's see. Can I place that dragon now? I should make the dragon its own section. So we're going to give the dragon this. But yeah, caves or import wood is how you'd make beds. I guess you could also theoretically import beds, but I'll be honest, I've never done that. What's one below elf? Because they don't wear wooden clothing. Flappy Bird. So whatever one below elf is. Although, fortunately, when dwarves catch fire, they don't get sad. There is no pain associated with fire in the game, and dwarves have no thoughts surrounding being on fire, so they don't go, oh no, I'm on fire. They just kind of keep walking. But also, fat melts. The melting point of fat happens before skin catches fire. So it's catching a dwarf on fire can actually be really healthy if you can put them out really quickly, because their fat will melt out of their body before their skin catches fire. So if you're really quick, and also before their muscles catch fire. So if you're really quick, you set them on fire and immediately dump water on their head. They don't feel any pain. They're not particularly bothered by it, and it removes all of their fat instantly. But 9 out of 10 times, it will just, like, immediately cause your dwarf to spontaneously combust and die. But dwarven liposuction is a historical nightmare. I don't know the answer to that, Nikos, and I don't want to think about it. I think it just evaporates. Mostly certain there's not, you don't get any, like, byproduct from it. How to lose weight. Set your hair on fire. Please don't actually do this. This doesn't work in real life. I hate that I felt that I needed to say that. Yes, you'll put my lighter down. I mean, you need a lot more than a lighter. Come on, be efficient here, but... So I've already got 2 forts to take a look at. Well, I guess we found new content, chat, for the YouTube channel. I guess I know what I'm doing tonight after I record my tutorial and then Let's Play. Is we're going to start judging y'all's forts. Although I need to yell at my artist to make me a thumbnail for it. Child has been taken by a fey mood. Is it you? Ah, there we go. Tutorial on dwarven weight loss. I won't do a tutorial on that. That's up to your own science and experimentation, because every time I've tried it, it's just killed the dwarf. So, no. Bones. All right, well, it's time to butcher some piggies. Like 9 out of 10 times, it just kills the dwarf. A bunch of scholars visiting. Look at this. So protect the horde from skulking filth. Kobolds, run away! You big idiots. I'm going to make a... I'm just going to do it this way. I'm going to do more gardening up here because I need to get more gardening done. We keep running out of plant, as you can see up here. And I just need bigger gardens. Don't mind the blood at the bottom of that. Why is food so low? Because I haven't been prioritizing it, and I've been prioritizing other things. And also, I can just slaughter like a couple dozen pigs. I've been trying to do other things, but there's just been so much recently. Unfortunately, I do have a shit ton of livestock, so it's not actually that big of a deal. Also, I have a baby black bear running around everywhere. Hold up. Get back in your cage, kiddo. Black bear, not grizzly bear? If you're all assigned to it, then why are you... Could have fooled me. I do love that the sprites get bigger over time. Like, it's tiny bear, big bear. Great. No go with Joyful Jungle? Hell yeah. Joyous Wilds in the tropics. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's literally a dragon in a wood cage. Can you see how the magma pit's doing? I mean, it's full. Oopsies. It's that. Full. Also, did I make all that? I do actually just need to go up here and chop down some trees now. Sorry, elves. Actually, not sorry. If I was sorry, I wouldn't chop the trees down. Here's a clip. Not only that, but it's also how to trap one. An elven caravan has arrived. On the topic of me chopping down a lot of trees. My jewelers. Jewelry. There it is. How deep is adamantine? That depends on the spire. Let's keep digging. I do, in fact, have a dragon in a wooden cage, yes. It's going to be placed right here. Can I show us my work orders? There's nothing real fancy to show you. I just have an automated drinks job, which is up here, which is set to brew drinks every time there's more than 10 empty food storage items, and when we have more than 10 unrotten and brewable plants, and less than 250 available drinks, and aside from that, everything is just pretty standard. I just queue stuff up as needed. I'm actually really, really, really boring with how I run my food and my work orders. I don't do much advanced stuff. People give me all this credit for being a Dwarf Fortress teacher, yet there's some things I just straight up don't do in Dwarf Fort. What will I name the dragon? It already has a name! I can't name something that's already been named. That's our guest, after all. It's named Kobim Rulukara Palath the Dragon. Kubim Sweltered Heated the Diamond. And it's slowly being hauled up from layer minus 94 by this dwarf here. Kurt Kobin, I'll have you know. We could call him Kurt for short. He is hopeless after being confined. Snuffles. Ruben. Call it Steve. Anthrax. Man, Anthrax asking me to name a dragon Anthrax. Almost seems like that's a self-serving request. Seems kind of sus to me. I don't know. Saw a couple in your worlds and legends. Yeah, there's usually like a half dozen dwarves per world. Name it L Ducky. L Ducky? Why not I Ducky, the ice cream ducky? I mean, it's actually King Diamond here. A Stark Tropic. I mean, he's frail. Bernie. Bernie Cinders. There you go. It's a very dragonish name. In other news, things are still collapsing on the surface. Trogdor? True. I mean, it does have a Trogdorish phase. See all those dwarves running by there? They're all carrying wood underground. Besides, I can't name something that's already been named. I don't think you can nickname dragons. Without enlisting them? Nope. Dwarves will simply claim items that they want. Somebody in my YouTube comments is talking about how apparently they found a fortress with 17 layer thick aquifers. That is brutal. I don't envy that. No, but that's not uncommon at all in regards to a dwarf wearing 10 crowns. I did not see that particular Reddit post, but that is a very common dwarven behavior of like, why is this dwarf moving so slow? Oh, because he's wearing 50 lead crowns. Clearly is why this dwarf is moving so slow. Where is he wearing them all? I don't know. I hope they're just stacked. Hey, kiddo made a wood crown. Is that what the be extravagant thought means? Yep, and acquire item. Neighbors seem to have given their kids marbles again. Thob Arab Sobir, the dwarven child, has created Erith Zagul, an apricot wood crown, and claims it is a personal treasure. A personal treasure. Also, we should start war training a bunch of grizzlies. Grizzlies. Animal training. Kerplonk. Sept. Let's find this artifact that kiddo just made. This is an apricot wood crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round dolomite cabochons and decorated with pig bone. On the item is an object adorned... decorated with pig bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dolomite and menaces with spikes of dolomite. On the item is an image of a cloud in apricot wood. On the item is an image of Maya Fisher Songs, the elf, in Bato Mapjoin, and the human in Dolomite. Bato Mapjoin is striking down Maya. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Hollow Ghoul, Maya Fisher Songs, by the human Bato Mapjoin in the intersections in the jungles of Song in the late winter of 125 during the onslaught of lances. Wow. That's a hell of a thing. I think I'm going to give that to my lead and silver, the militia captain. I'm acquiring an object. All right, so now we just have to be very careful to not accidentally slaughter my dragon. Oh shit, Cats actually said they adopted somebody? No, that's funny. Yeah. Where a dragon? Ah, there it is. Caged guest. Assign a trainer to this character. Pandolflo is an animal caretaker who is now assigned to Drugan. And, oh my god, I can give it hunting training. I can't release it, though. Or, my bears will get into fights with it. I can war train it, though. I don't want my whole map to constantly be burning down, though, so we're going to war train it. Speaking of animals that we're going to war train. Let's be very careful that it doesn't get released, by the way. We are going to war train my Gizlies. My Gizly Burrs. Also the bears, yes. Can you ride them? Creatures are not mountable in Fortress mode. In Adventure mode, yes. So if you were to have a tame dragon, you could then leave and return here in Adventure mode, and then ride it away. Burly Cinders. I said Bernie, but, you know, Burly works. You're misjoking my joke. Has revealed the presence of? What does this mean? Oh, it means someone's trying to steal your artifact and one of your dwarves just told them where to find it. So this is, well, finished up some work and that was satisfying. Feels euphoric due to inebriation and satisfied at work. So our lovely Ast over here has now officially made the dragon stray, and I think partially tamed. Hold on, let's take a peek. You considered livestock yet? Yep, it's now semi-wild, which means it'll constantly stop being wild, which means I still have to keep it in the cage, but it's now semi-wild. We can get it to trained, but without a breeding pair, I can't get it better than that. But that does mean that we can move it to a chain from the cage that it's currently in. The best part about this whole thing, I'm just building this fort. We have, like, no defenses and almost no military. Like, I'm just sitting here just building this fort, doing stuff. There is an epic series with 1 million views. The Adventure of the Dragon Thief, Season 1, Episode 1, steals a dragon. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Is this like a Dwarf Fortress thing or a completely unrelated thing? Oh, just an idea. Okay. Well, I mean, maybe in the future. Adventure mode's not in the game yet. In the fire defense tower? Maybe, but dragons... Okay, like, let me be real with you guys for a second about dragons. Dragons are frail and fragile. They're glass cannons. I can't... For some reason, it's not letting me open up its description from here. Dragons are frail and fragile, which means they just need a couple bolts to the head to die. And if I trap it somewhere to work as, like, a flamethrower, it'll probably just die. But if we can get a second one... Yes, you absolutely can do that, Tropic, but that's what I was just talking about. Is you can absolutely do that. But every time I've done it in the past, dragons died. So... Especially if they bring a lot of bolt launchers. So what we should really do is just continue focusing on lava. And use the dragon for other nefarious things. Such as a suicide button. And a fuck you button. As in, you'll never take my fort alive! Bah! Kind of thing. Or weight loss. No, okay, so there's a difference between dragon fire and fire fire. Fire fire is just fire and it's just hot, right? Dragon fire is hotter than the sun. Dragon fire does set skin on fire immediately. If we had a second dragon, we could breed them, yes. So, fire, not that bad. Dragon fire, hotter than the sun. So, just keep that in mind when you're just like, can we make skinny dwarves with it? Yeah, nope. Also, dragons can burn down drawbridges. Fun fact. There's a chance of weight loss. There's a chance of immediate death, too. Higher chance of immediate death than weight loss. You just need a lady dragon called Courtney Love, not Madonna? You can try, though? I mean, you can, on your own time, whenever you want. Whenever you find a dragon. You can do that. I value my dwarves slightly, so... Yeah, but that was a dwarf that was born without skin. That was a birth defect, not a... Not due to, like, you know, something else. They don't breathe fire. There's that, too. But you also have to find cave dragons. And in my entire time playing older versions of Dwarf Fortress, I've had one fort with cave dragons in it. One. And I didn't get to catch one. Even though I set up cages everywhere. Dwarves are just another resource, but they're a limited resource.
I guess all resources are limited in Dwarf Fort.
Yes, dragons are fireproof. I think they're also lava-proof. Oh. A Hall of Rocks has many members in Riverdance and now requires a guild hall. Okay, we can do that. Just let me finish this first. It's a planter guild. Yeah, so that's a bug, Dustin. That bug was mentioned to me at PAX by Zach and Tarn, essentially stating that, and also mentioned it on one of my streams when they joined me, that it's a long time. It's a bug that's apparently been in the game for a really long time, but it's just really obvious now that the game has graphics, where some dwarves can just be born without skin color or skin tone, but the result is it makes no sprite spawn in the dwarf's face. What kind of dwarf do you want, Templar? Another one was found dead around. God, fucking balls. Just happened to be standing in the wrong place. Great. Excellent. Awesome. Fantastic. Love it. The were lizard? It's already named, so I can't give you the were lizard. It's actually already named. It was named before it was a were lizard, actually. Is green only the boots are yellow and they won't equip them? What's going on here? There's some sort of weird bugs with boots. I would recommend removing boots from the uniform and re-adding them. That fixed it on mine. Our dwarven artifact sock. I've never once had an artifact sock in this version of the game. At least not in this fort. Maybe in the last fort if I've already forgotten. But not in this fort. Creator of an artifact. Okay, hold on. Quite a few dwarves that have made artifacts. All right, who's made an artifact? Let's just go find somebody who's legendary. Creator of sleep. I know that's like, what? How do you find the name of the artifact that they've made? Here, Templar, I'll give you the mayor, because they've made an artifact, but... Templar. You're married to Diamond Destruct, and you have a kid, as well as a bunch of kids that aren't in the fort. You have 9 children total. Wow. Something's collapsed outside. Wow, shocker. So surprised by this. Personality-wise, Diamond, you have a wife now. Well, your wife is named now. Personality-wise, she's very happy and optimistic, and which is ironic because she keeps demanding that I make coffins. Very happy and optimistic, demands I make coffins all the time. She's very humble, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. You made an artifact toy hammer, if I remember correctly. And she doesn't focus on the current activity. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She tends to assume the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she is slow to anger, and she doesn't hold on to grievances, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She enjoys the company of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Values-wise, you dream of mastering a skill, and personally sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools, and finds those that sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and dreams of mastering a skill. Also, chat room, I've just received word that tomorrow's stream will be ending at about 3 p.m. my times. So I will probably I'm going to try and start a little early tomorrow because I got family holiday obligations tomorrow, just to heads up. So they'll be posted on Discord when I go live. I'm going to try and go live an hour early, I think. But Greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and dreams of mastering a skill. Of course, all the notifications of when I go live will be on the Discord. By the way, thank you to everybody who's been talking on the Discord, because we've rocketed back up into partnerable. We went from like 800 Discord members to like 1,500 in like a week. And we used to be a Discord partner. We lost it because we weren't active enough, but we might get it back. Oh, fingers crossed. She prefers to consume giant sloth, perch, and strawberry plants, and buckwheat beer and finger mullet flour, and can't stand bats. Free jumpers again? Yeah, I'll get more hoodies instead of having the 2. I mean, that's all it really is. It just gives you a bunch of free boosts. That's really all it is. She's very bored with her life. But aside from that, pretty good. Decent dwarf. All right. We got some stuff cut. Move goods to trader. I don't think they really have much to trade. I might not even trade for anything. And you feel like drawing, so draw something. Draw the new dragon? I could give you the description of it if you want. Past that. 5, 4. Alright. Wow, they really bring like nothing. Let's just bring a bunch of fruit. So this down here is where I'm emptying the water. This might actually have something to do with why the game's lagging a little bit. Anyway, I made this artificial creek. Or not artificial creek, but like I made this creek flow and empty down into the caverns. Sitting here going like, game's lagging a little bit. You make a dwarven beach resort, you can make almost anything your brain imagines. I mean, there's a lot. Oh, okay, now it's speeding up a little bit. Is stuff still burning? I don't think it is. I mean, I don't actually need that much water flowing through there, so I can actually like pull the lever and like stop the flow of it. Which I'm actually going to do. So I don't need it until after I've got the pump stacks set up. Under pressure. So how does that trade caravan work? Will they always buy what you send to the depot? They will buy almost anything. Elves are kind of picky. They don't want to buy wood or animal products. So anything that includes like leather or anything like that, they don't want to buy it. Imagine you're trading with Peta for the elves. But dwarves and humans aren't picky. They'll take almost anything. 250, yeah. So this fort's on year 7. Although we did do like a year in another fort, so this fort's on year 6, I think. Tuning in from the YouTube, trying to desperately learn this game. It's not so bad. Just takes time, like anything else. Another one. Well, something else to add to the collection. The rock. Fine Quaviqui Tipi Iceme has come. A bird of prey, so large and ferocious, it dwarfs many dragons. All beneath its mighty wings should fear the sky. It's Dwayne! New pet! Capture it! I know, right? Or like just Dwayne, all caps. That's pretty funny. So remember how we built this? We do the thing I did before. Sorry, bunnies that are locked outside now. That's fine. You'll not survive, and I won't miss you. Down here, we're going to forbid all these. And we are going to unforbid that. I'm just curious about how big the sprite. Oh, geez, that is a pretty big sprite. Big O burb. That's right. Grouchy while in conflict. What's it going for? Like, dang. He is bashful, chat room. If nothing else. Bashful. Aw, it's just a baby. Kinda is just a baby. Is this shit still on fire? Are you for real? Oh my god. Grouchy when caught in the rain. See what else he's got. No preferences, no needs. Cheap date. Talented observer. A talented biter. We do be rocking everybody up on here. No, it's a male. It's a boy, but he is shy. So just like dragons, we can catch rocks in cages. So you know what we're gonna do? We go and catch him in a cage. I wouldn't recommend doing that, geographer. Terrified while in conflict. God, I wonder why. Also, before anybody asks, cages are absurdly OP. Got him. How to catch a rock. Not any creature. Just certain types of creatures. There's many you can't. Can I train that one too? Yep. We can also breed them if we get two. Is that like song lyrics or something, this cooking thing? I'm like, can you smell the rock I'm cooking? I don't actually know what you guys are quoting. It's not just a boulder, it's a rock. Yep. Butcher the rock, get all the nuggies? Oh, that's horrible. It'll go real well right next to my Durgan. Speaking of dragon. How do I maintain a 40 FPS? It was lower than that when everything was on fire, but it should go back up to 60 or 70 even. I don't have that good of a PC. This PC is built out of an amalgamation of parts mostly from 2018. Durgan! Look at it! Ain't it cute? Only problem is if it gets angry and then decides to torch everybody, but I'm sure it won't do that. Durgan would never do that. All right. Because Durgan loves us. What was I doing? I was doing something, and then shit just keeps getting thrown at me. Your fort got destroyed by a werebeast, and your FPS dropped to 1. Probably because of pathing. It's usually because of pathing if your frame rate gets that bad. Over time, you learn tricks to get around it. People have gotten really mad at me for like claiming that FPS death doesn't exist. I still honestly think it's like, because it used to be unavoidable, right? You can completely avoid it now by just simply not overbuilding stuff and not fucking up your pathing. Although stuff's still collapsing on the surface, I gotta be honest, it's getting real annoying. How do you not fuck up your pathing, though? That's a good question. I don't know. Figuring out where dwarves get stuck and then get them unstuck. That's how you do that. Can you explain that a bit? Restricted areas dwarves try to not path in. Very useful for stopping them from getting like hit with random falling lava and such. I don't know what a... Here's the thing. I'm not a tech person. So when you guys start like listing off like different CPUs and processors and stuff, my only response is I pay attention to tech once every 5 years when I build a new computer and then proceed to forget everything about it until I need to build another computer. So I'm currently in the portion of I don't know what's new. I don't know what's good. I just know that the 4080s are very expensive. And that's mostly because of memes. So I'm not the person to ask about tech. Can I at least do this? Can I attest to this? You got addicted this morning to destroying CPUs is a problem. I can tell you that there's a certain point where you see an improvement at all. Is what the math is. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it also depends on what you're doing. Dwarf Fortress is all about single core clock speed. So you just want a computer with single core that's really highly clocked. Or duo core, actually, because it's not compatible with single core, but you just want high clock speed. Number of cores isn't beneficial. So you actually don't need a top-of-the-line brand new CPU. You just need something with high single-core clock speed. And that's where my knowledge ends. I don't think they made those best hit. It would probably be 4. Hey! Durgan is now Stray. War Dragon. Still semi-wild, though. Dragon is now War Dream. So now the question is, how the fuck do I assign war animals in this version of the video game? Assuming under equip. Nope. I don't actually know. Is it under the unit list? Okay. Let's see. Let's go look there. Ah, okay. I get it. I get it. There you go. I kind of want to give the captain of the guard a bear. Captain of the guard now has a bear. I really like the captain of the guard having a war bear. All right, so now I guess I need to go in here and I need to unassign them from the zone. I wait for the baby ones to grow up. Like, there they go. Look at that. All right, so how are we doing on clothing stocks, actually, or cloth stocks? 85. All right, well, kind of shit. If these get canceled immediately. Okay, yeah, we're out of pigtails. What? Did I not set this one to be... Lump helmets on the off season? I guess not. Apparently I never set my secondary garden. That kind of explains why I've been so low on plants. It's party in the farm plot. I mean, it's farming season. That explains a whole lot. Probably doesn't help that I keep brewing pigtails. I mean, we need beer variety, but yeah, you're not wrong. I queued up ballista arrows again. Again? Am I actually brewing up pigtails? I didn't think I was. I swear that I turned that off, but... Appears I am. Let us turn up the beat. Yes. Shut up and grow. Does moss grow on muddy stone? No. Not that I've seen. Unforbid these. And construct that. How many more do I need to go through? 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck. Okay. At least it's just 3. 4 layers or so. But chat room, we've made some pretty great progress on this fort. You know, we've got a rock, we've got a dragon, we've dug out most of the annoying bit of this pump stack, and I've been streaming for just under 8 hours. And I think that this is a good spot to leave this fort off. Riverdances continues. The frame rate has dropped, but such is the way of things. We're still around 50. It's perfectly playable. I'm not complaining. So we still have defenses to build. We have pumps to pump. We have plenty of boulders to still remove, and we are very far from completing this fortress. So we're going to pick this stream back up tomorrow, although, like I said earlier, I'm going to be starting a little bit early. If you haven't yet joined the Discord, then you'll get a live notification when I go live. It takes me about 40 minutes to get in game after I go live because I like to listen to some music at the beginning. Don't run off. We're going to raid a Dwarf Fortress stream, okay? But what I have to say is thank you, everybody, for hanging out. And thanks, as always, for the absolutely ludicrous amounts of support. You guys have been fucking mind-numbing, and apparently I'm getting a Dwarf Fortress tattoo. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. So, you know, it'll be great. I'll find something cool. And you just got here. I'm sorry. I'm ending a little bit early today to stay sane and go work on more tutorials and things for you guys. Also, apparently, I have to figure out this new series where I look at other people's forts, so I got that to figure out. Now, before you all run off, what I have to say is we're going to go find somebody to yell at. But before I can do that, I have to give you guys a proper send-off.